Chapter 2480. See under Sati. Everyone felt a chill down their spines when they heard that he would never break his promise. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Now that they recalled what Zichen had said earlier, they could only feel a strong sense of fear rising in their hearts. Run. Knowing that he could not do anything to his opponent today, Hotesh decisively turned around and ran. In fact, when they were fighting earlier, he had purposely moved back and was prepared to escape if he could not defeat his opponent. You can't run away. Looking at Hotesh, who was running away, Zichen smiled coldly and changed his footwork. Because he did not have the support of energy, Zichen's changing footwork did not look good. It was even a little strange. However, when he used this footwork, his speed was surprisingly fast. He changed his footwork, and like a blurry light, he was already several meters away and in front of a holy king. Then, a bright black sword arc slashed across the holy king's neck. The sword arc disappeared in a flash, and Zichen's figure had already appeared in another place. The moment his figure appeared, the sword arc appeared again. When his figure appeared, the holy king had already sensed it. He raised the weapon in his hand and was about to slash at Zichen. However, as the sword arc disappeared, his movement froze. Just like that, Zichen's figure rapidly changed, appearing in 8 different places during this period. In these 8 places, the expressions of the 8 holy kings froze. Their attacks were completely frozen. There was a deep sword mark on their necks. Swoosh! With a 9th flash, Zichen appeared beside Hotesh. He stared at his opponent coldly and slashed down with the broken sword in his hand. The sword arc flashed again. Go to hell! Hotesh's heart was filled with hatred. With a roar, he raised his long sword and slashed at Zichen. Perhaps he had sensed the danger of death, but the speed of his sword was actually much faster. It was as if he was about to awaken his ability. Clang! The sword and the sword collided. A strong, rebounding force came from the broken sword. In this collision, Zichen was actually the one at a disadvantage. However, there was also a gap on the black sword. Full text reading Zichen's hand, which was holding onto the broken sword, trembled slightly. Then he squatted down, with his left foot in front and his right foot behind, using the force of the broken sword to turn around. The broken blade also drooped down during this period, drawing an arc. The end point was Hotesh's abdomen. Pooh! The blade light flashed, and Hotesh was cut in half. His movements were frozen, and his expression was frozen. After killing Hotesh, Zichen's expression didn't change much. He was still in a half-squatting position, but he dashed forward in an instant. This time, the target was Hort Tongmi, who had escaped first. Zichen dashed forward. Because he was so fast, he created a gust of wind. When the wind rose, the 8 people standing in their original positions, as well as Hotesh, fell to the ground. The old man guarding the door stared at Zichen the whole time. Since he came from a life star and used to be a member of the Jean family, he had some knowledge about life stars, especially some secrets that others didn't know. In fact, it wasn't really a secret. Almost everyone knew about life stars. He had seen with his own eyes that Zichen's figure had flickered a total of 9 times during this process. On the life star, there was only one speed, which was the 9 flashes. 9 represented the extreme. It was a limit. In this world, the only extreme speed was the 9 flashes, which was the Thunder Clan's 9 flashes of lightning. When Zichen's body flashed 9 times, it was no doubt that he was using the Thunder Clan's extreme speed, the 9 flashes of lightning. It was recognized as the first extreme speed in all the worlds. The Jean family had many powerful techniques, but compared to the famous world extreme speed, they were a little bit weaker. Seems like the rumor is true. Techniques from the outside world can become a kind of ability here. But the premise is that the technique must be strong enough. The old man muttered, confirming something. At this moment, Ziqin had dashed in front of Hua Te Tangmi. He indifferently looked at the frightened man and said, "I never break my promise." Hua Te Tangmi was frightened. Being stared at by Ziqin, he was scared out of his wits. So many Saint Kings had been killed, let alone him a Saint King. However, facing this deadly situation, he didn't beg for mercy. He turned the fear in his heart into endless motivation. He shouted, "Kill!" Holding the short sword, he dashed towards Ziqin. "You're brave, but you've lost your mind. Too many loopholes." Ziqin shook his head. At this moment, Hua Te Tangmi didn't know what to do. If he used his brute force to attack, he would die faster. The unsheathed broken saber flashed, and the saber arc appeared. The saber arc flashed and disappeared. Hua Te Tangmi's attack froze, just 1 inch away from hitting Ziqin. At this point, Ziqin had fulfilled his promise and killed all those who opposed him. Looking at the corpses all over the ground, he had killed to establish his power. As far as the eye could see, everyone avoided eye contact with Ziqin. The front of the stone house was covered in blood. It was a ghastly sight. Ziqin had killed to establish his power. No one dared to step forward. There was dead silence all around. Even the sound of breathing could not be heard. Other than Hua Te Tangmi, the other 4 saints who had come here to look for opportunities were nowhere to be seen. No one knew when they had escaped. An expert with extreme speed appeared in such a way. His gaze swept across the scene. After no one stepped forward, Ziqin turned around and began to clean up the battlefield under everyone's gaze. His speed was not fast, but each step was very steady. He picked up the weapons one by one. In this world, based on the current environment, the most precious things were naturally those weapons. One must know that the old man had stayed here for many years, but he had not been able to own a weapon of his own. From this, one could see how precious weapons were here. Of course, the old man's personality of waiting for death was also a big reason. The old man, who was still guarding the door, reacted. He stepped on the blood and quickly stepped forward. "Leave this kind of small matter to me." After saying that, without waiting for Ziqin to speak, he quickly picked up the weapons one by one. However, he did not take the pickaxes and other things that were not very valuable. While the old man was picking up the weapons, Ziqin stood aside and watched. After picking up all the weapons, the old man turned around and said to the people who were still around, "I'll leave the rest to you guys. But before you leave, please help us clean up the blood here." As he spoke, he took the weapons and walked toward his house. After a slight hesitation, Ziqin followed behind and walked in. As the stone door closed again, the old man let out a huge sigh of relief. As for Ziqin, he could not hold it in any longer. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, and his vision turned black as he fell to the ground. The old man reacted quickly. He immediately caught Ziqin, then slowly put down the weapons in his hands. He carried Ziqin to his bedroom. In today's battle, Ziqin had awakened his ability and killed dozens of Saint Kings. If news of this spread, it would definitely cause a commotion. But at the same time, Ziqin had paid a huge price for this. His injuries were very serious. If those people really did not fear death and charged forward without any regard for their lives, Ziqin would eventually not be able to hold on. But unfortunately, they were scared out of their wits by Ziqin. After simply treating Ziqin's wounds, the old man looked at Ziqin, who was sleeping soundly on the bed. He shook his head and sighed softly. After interacting with Ziqin for a few months, he had never realized that Ziqin actually had such a side to him. The way he fought with his life in exchange for his life moved him very much. Although he was a Saint King before coming here, he had never dealt with heaven-defying people. In his era, the heaven-defying people were completely controlled by those few great saints. They did not allow others to interfere at all. It was said that the heaven-defying people of his generation were killed by those few great saints. In today's battle, he saw Ziqin's firm belief and was deeply moved. At the same time, he felt ashamed. If he had half of Zi Chen's belief, he probably would not have fallen to such a state. Recuperate well. After your injuries are healed, you have to leave here. This place does not belong to you. It only belongs to people like us who have given up hope and are just waiting for death to come. After leaving the bedroom, the old man began to organize Zi Chen's things. The harvest this time was not small. Just these few weapons were already a considerable asset. In addition to the sacred black crystal, as well as Zi Chen's gains during this time, Zi Chen believed that once he reached the town, he would have a certain amount of resources to survive. The news of the large, sacred black crystal and the awakening of his ability almost spread to the nearby villages at the same time, causing a great commotion. In particular, the matter of an ability user slaughtering dozens of people in a day was even more shocking. In this battle, Zi Chen had killed people to establish his might. Although others knew that Zi Chen had good things in his hands, they did not dare to cause trouble for him. Outside the stone house, after the old man went in, the others came forward one after another. With the fastest speed, they plundered the belongings of the corpses and even cleaned up the battlefield. In addition to these obvious gains, the dead Saint Kings all had their own residences. Many of them lived in stone houses. Now that they were dead, the houses naturally belonged to those who came first. They did not dare to provoke Zi Chen, but in order to maximize their gains, they targeted those who obtained the stone houses first. The nearby villages, which had been peaceful for a long time, were in great turmoil because of the sacred black crystal. It was likely that this turmoil would take a long time to calm down. As for Zi Chen, who had awakened his ability because he had not appeared for a long time, he was gradually forgotten. On the contrary, Jiatu Huangtu walked out of the blacksmith shop almost every day. Looking at the stone house where Zi Chen was, his expression was somewhat anxious, as if he had something to tell Zi Chen. Several times, when he had made up his mind to look for Zi Chen, he had been dragged back by the blacksmith. In the blacksmith's words, Zi Chen had nothing to do with the Jiatu family. Chapter 2481. Sianders her tea. 3 days later, Zi Chen woke up. After a few days of deep sleep, his body naturally recovered from his injuries. A perfect body wasn't as simple as it sounded. Even though he was suppressed by the rules in this world, his body was still much stronger than that of ordinary people. This was also the fundamental reason why Zi Chen chose to engage in a life-and-death battle with these sage rulers. A powerful body had always been his greatest reliance. It could ensure that he had a powerful vitality. After getting up, he still felt pain in a few places on his body. The other places were mostly healed. As for the wounds from before, they had long scabbed over. "You're awake. Drink something first." The old man walked in from outside. When he saw that Zi Chen had woken up, he turned back and brought a bowl of porridge for Zi Chen. The quality of this porridge was much better than the one the old man gave him the first time. It was left behind by Wu Lu. Zi Chen, whose stomach was rumbling with hunger, took it and began to gulp it down without hesitation. The porridge wasn't hot. It was obvious that it had been cooked for some time. After Zi Chen finished it in big mouthfuls, he expressed that it wasn't enough. It wasn't until 3 big bowls of porridge that Zi Chen felt full. After resting on the bed for a while, he tried to get out of bed and start walking. "In your current state, don't go out," the old man reminded him as he looked at Zi Chen, who was walking back and forth. Zi Chen nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he raised his head and asked, "Does my situation count as having an ability?" "Yes, of course. However, there are some differences between this ability of yours and the commonly known abilities. If I'm not wrong, your ability isn't stimulated by your body, but by your cultivation technique in the outside world." The old man looked at Zi Chen and said, "Your extreme speed doesn't come from your body, but from your cultivation technique. Of course, this is also considered an ability, extreme speed ability. With this ability, you will have a speed faster than others. In a battle, you will be almost invincible." The old man pointed at the bamboo basket in the corner of the room and said, "Now that you have the ability, it is no longer suitable for you to continue staying in the village. I have already packed your things for you. Once your injuries have healed, you can leave." "Am I alone?" Zichen asked. "Yes. Although I once said that I would escort you to the town, you have awakened your ability and no longer need an escort. You just have to remember one thing. When night is about to fall, find a well-hidden cave or tree hole to hide. Don't ever let yourself be exposed in the dark. Unless you have super strong defense, you'll die a horrible death." 7 days later, Zichen's injuries were completely healed. He was ready to go out for some fresh air. Just as he walked out of the room, Zichen saw Jia Tu and Huang Tu, who were pacing back and forth, not far away. "Zichen, you're finally out." After seeing Zichen, Jia Tu and Huang Tu's faces immediately revealed a hint of surprise and walked over. "What's the matter?" Zichen looked at Jia Tu and Huang Tu walking over with a smile on his face. "We're leaving. Today we're here to say goodbye to you." Jia Tu and Huang Tu walked in front of Zichen and said, "Go." "Where to?" Zichen was startled. "To the town. Someone has already come to pick us up. Today is the last day I can delay." Jia Tu and Huang Tu's expression gradually became solemn. He looked at Zichen and said, "Zichen, you've killed a lot of people from the Hort family this time. The two sides can be considered to have formed a deadly feud. You must be careful. The Hort family's power in this world has reached a level that you can't imagine." Zichen listened quietly. He knew that Jia Tu and Huang Tu were not waiting for him to say these words. "Zichen, after coming here, we have a little understanding of this world. As far as I know, if you want to have the ability, that city can satisfy you. Our Jia Tu family also has some foundation here. So after we came here, we will follow the route they designed and eventually enter the city." Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked around and lowered their voices. "I once heard the blacksmith ancestors say that if you want to enter the city, you must ask for the help of the experts from the Life Star. However, I heard that those people are used to living an idle life. They may not be willing to help others, but this is the only way for you to enter the city. How will you go to the town?" Zichen nodded and asked. After seeing the old man, he knew that there must be other people from the Life Star in this world. The old ancestor with ability has come to pick us up. In the next period of time, we will follow the old ancestor in the town to learn some survival skills. Then we will find a way to enter the city to find the holy weapon." Zichen slightly frowned and said, "So, the Hort family will be the same as you. They will also have ability users come to take them away." "That's true. Although our three forces don't interact with each other, this situation is the same. These years, the experts of the family have stayed here for the limited number of places to take the holy weapon and strengthen the family. The Jia Tu family was already the top force in the Star Road. There was no other family stronger than them. The other two families were at best equal to the Jia Tu family. Even such a powerful family was not satisfied with the status quo and wanted to continue to be strong. Today, Jia Tu and Huang Tu came to remind Zichen. This was a kind gesture, and it was also a concern between friends. Zichen still frowned. He felt something wrong from Jia Tu and Huang Tu's words, but he wasn't too worried. "Will they also come in the next few days?" Zichen asked again. "I'm not sure, but the time should be about the same." Looking at Zichen's frown, Jia Tu and Huang Tu nodded and said, but soon he realized what Zichen meant. His expression changed slightly, and he said, "Are you worried?" If the Hort family sent ability users and heard that a new ability user had awakened, and it was their enemy, he believed that the other party should be very interested in this ability user. "Then let's go now. Although we can't take you with us, you can still follow behind us," Jia Tu and Huang Tu said immediately. Zichen shook his head and said no need. "Zichen, now is not the time to be impulsive. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said anxiously. There's really no need. Zichen looked in the direction outside the village and said, They are already here. Jiatu and Huang Tu turned their heads and followed Zichen's gaze. They saw a group of people walking towards them from outside the village. Among these people, most of Jia Tu and Huang Tu looked very familiar. They were the spectators in the battle where Zichen awakened his ability. Of course, if Zichen hadn't awakened his ability, they might have been one of the raiders. After these people entered the village, they went straight in this direction. As they moved forward, they would occasionally look back, and their expressions were very respectful. When they looked back again, they saw Zichen from afar. They were all startled, but soon their faces were filled with anticipation. Behind those people were 5 people. 4 of them were the 4 saints who had come in with Hotep Tommy at that time. There was nothing to pay attention to these 4 people. Zichen could kill 2 with 1 slash and 4 with 2 slashes. At that moment, his gaze landed on the 5th person. It was a middle-aged man with a cold face. Within his eyes was a sinister and ruthless expression. Occasionally, a cold glint would flash through his eyes. It was like the gazes of poisonous snakes hidden in the darkness of this world, ready to launch a fatal attack at any moment. This person was obviously the ability user who came to pick up the 4 people. The other party's purpose was also very obvious. It was for the previous incident to kill Zichen. Zichen's gaze quickly swept past the 5th person. Although this person looked cold, for Zichen it was nothing. At this moment he felt a sense of danger, but that danger didn't come from the other party. As his gaze shifted, Zichen's pupils couldn't help but shrink. His gaze was fixed on the middle-aged man's side. Beside him there was a big snake that looked like it was carved out of wood. It was raising its head and following the middle-aged man. The big snake raised its head. Its height was almost the same as the middle-aged man's. Its body was thicker than an ordinary person's arm, and it was nearly 4 meters long. This big snake looked like it was carved out of wood, but its eyes were filled with the intelligence and cold light that a poisonous snake should have. The other party followed the middle-aged man on its own. Obviously, it wasn't an inanimate object. Although the 2 sides were still far apart, the moment he saw the big snake, Zichen was sure that the sense of danger came from the other party. That's a puppet master. Just as Zichen was sizing up the strange wooden snake, he heard a cry of surprise from Jia Tu and Huang Tu beside him. Puppet master? Zichen frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this term in this world. One of the ability users, good at controlling mechanical puppets. That snake should be a mechanical puppet. It looks very powerful. Jia Tu and Huang Tu said, their faces a little pale. They knew more about this world than Zichen, so they knew the strength of a puppet master. It was a kind of innate ability, much more powerful than an extreme speed ability. Is it the same as the Beastmasters in the outside world? Zichen asked again. The meaning is about the same, but in this world, the probability of a Beastmaster awakening is too low. It's almost impossible to see. On the contrary, this puppet master has become one of the most powerful abilities. Looking at the snake, Jia Tu and Huang Tu said with a bitter face, Now I can only hope that the ancestor can stop the other party. Otherwise, it will be dangerous. Just as the people in front were about to reach the blacksmith shop, a group of people walked out from inside. The leader was a man with a long sword on his back. Behind him were the blacksmith, Jia Tu, and Ming Tuesday. After the man appeared, he stood in front of the group, forcing the group to stop. These people were shocked. Obviously, they didn't expect to meet another ability user. Kaluo, you want to stop me? From afar, Zichen heard a low shout. Chapter 2482. Sienasi, can he stop? Kilo was an ability user of the Jatu family, and he was also the one who led the 4 saints of the Jatu family into the town. Today he appeared and stood in front of Hort Kenny to stop him. He really had no choice. After coming here, he learned some things about Ziqin. He was very surprised, but he also guessed that today's scene would happen. Originally, he didn't want to interfere in this matter, but Ziqin was related to a sacred weapon of the Jadu family, so he had to appear. He knew Kenny very well and knew what methods the other party had, so he was very afraid. Kenny from the Hort family looked indifferently at Jetakilo in front of him and said, "You want to interfere in this matter?" As he spoke, the big snake beside him that looked like a wooden sculpture flicked its tongue in and out like a real living creature, staring at Kilo with cold eyes. "He has some connections with our Jadu family," Kilo said in a deep voice, not retreating. Although he was afraid of Kenny, he wasn't afraid. The movement here quickly attracted the attention of the other people in the village. The villagers who hadn't left yet walked out of their rooms one by one and looked over curiously. The old man also walked out. After seeing the scene in front of him, his face became extremely ugly. He looked at Ziqin, who was still in a daze, and said, "Don't just stand there. Hurry up and take the things and leave." Obviously, the other party didn't come with good intentions. The Jatu family was willing to step in, but it was only to stop them. They definitely wouldn't fight with the other party because of Ziqin. After the two sides reached a stalemate to a certain extent, one side would choose to retreat, and that side would definitely be the people of the Jatu family. They didn't need to risk their lives with an ability user because of Ziqin, and their will to protect them wouldn't be very firm. Yes, hurry up and leave. Now. Jatu Huangtu also nodded and said. Obviously, he was also aware of this point. Ziqin stood in place and didn't leave. He glanced at the old man and said, "Tell me about the puppet snake. How can we have time to talk about this now? Hurry up and leave. If we're late, we won't be able to leave." As he spoke, the old man was about to turn back to the house to pack up Ziqin's things, but he was stopped by Ziqin. "I'm not leaving. Tell me, what's so special about it? I'll pay more attention during the battle later," Ziqin said indifferently. Of course he couldn't leave. Not to mention that the other party had already seen him. He might not be able to escape. Even if he relied on his extreme speed to escape, the other party's anger would definitely be directed at the old man. Ziqin did not wish to cause the death of the old man who had treated him well. Seeing that Ziqin had made up his mind, the old man couldn't help but sigh and say, "That puppet snake is extremely strong. Once entangled, your ribs will break and you will suffocate to death. Looking at that puppet snake, it shouldn't be of the lowest grade. If I'm not wrong, its mouth must contain a highly toxic poison. Once bitten, or if the poison comes into contact with the body, the poison will kill you. Are these the only 2 points you have? Is there anything else we need to pay attention to? For example, that puppet master. What kind of tricks does he have?" Ziqin asked, his expression still calm. "That's already very strong. Only other ability users can deal with it." The old man shook his head and said, "Don't underestimate that puppet snake. That's the only thing the puppet master relies on. It can attack and defend. It's very powerful. However, if you have a way to pass through the puppet and get close to the other party, then the puppet master's combat power is not much different from that of an ordinary person." Puppet masters themselves were not strong. This was publicly acknowledged, but that was only among ability users. For those who did not have the ability, a puppet master with a puppet could easily wipe out a village. For example, if Hotekani wanted to kill, then the entire village would be destroyed. Ziqin nodded. It seemed that what he needed to pay attention to next was that puppet snake. The confrontation in front slowly reached its final juncture. When the ability user from the Kata family turned around and saw that Ziqin was still standing in place, the confrontation came to an end. Katu Kilo snorted coldly, turned around and stepped aside. Then, he looked at Ziqin with dissatisfaction. In his opinion, the time he spent blocking the other party was enough for Ziqin to escape. However, Ziqin refused to escape no matter what, so it had nothing to do with him. Zi Chen's value to the Kata family was just a chance to obtain a holy weapon. However, the Kata family had obtained such a chance many times, but very few succeeded. Right now they had 5 chances. If they had to pay a high price, then they didn't mind wasting one chance. Hotekani walked in front of Katakilo. The guides who had previously walked in high spirits in front of him didn't immediately follow him this time. They knew how powerful Zichin was, so they didn't dare to get too close to Zichin. The gap between ability users and ordinary people was like heaven and earth. The puppet snake slithered on the ground. Wherever its thick body passed, it left deep marks. The 4 saints from the Hort family also paused for a moment before following with the others. They also didn't dare to get too close. When they recalled Zi Chen's fighting style of killing people with one slash, they still felt their hearts palpitate. Zi Chen didn't return to his room. The old man had taken out the sword. He stood in front of the stone house with the sword in his hand, quietly watching the man and the snake gradually approaching. The old man and Katakilo had already retreated far away. The next battle between the 2 ability users would definitely be shocking. If they rashly approached, they would definitely be injured. Everyone subconsciously retreated or distanced themselves from the 2 aptitude users. There was already enough space on the battlefield. Zi Chin stared at Hotekani in front of him. His left hand gripped the scabbard tightly. His eyes gradually narrowed, and a cold light appeared. Tap! The 2 sides didn't have any symbolic dialogue. Zi Chen held the scabbard and took a step forward. His right foot stepped on the ground, making a tapping sound. Tap! Tap! Then his footsteps began to change. The sound of footsteps rang out. Tap! 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 Zi Chen held the scabbard and began to move forward. His speed was getting faster and faster, and his target was Hotekani. Hotekani, who was moving forward, stopped and looked at Zi Chen, who was rushing toward him. The corner of his mouth revealed a mocking smile. The puppet snake, which was originally next to him, came forward, wagging its tail, and came in front of him. It stood between the 2 sides. The puppet snake's tongue flickered in and out of its mouth. Its eyes were fixed on Zi Chen, like a poisonous snake staring at its prey. The distance between the 2 sides was shortened in the blink of an eye. Zi Chen stomped his foot hard. With a tremor, his body soared into the sky. His right hand fell on the broken sword, as if it could be unsheathed at any time. Ka! The sound of a spring rang out. The puppet snake's body rose high and instantly reached more than 2 meters, blocking Zi Chen, who was about to pass over it. Then the snake opened its mouth, revealing a few poisonous fangs, and made a move to bite Zi Chen. Swoosh! The puppet snake's attack was very sharp. With a strong wind, it blew Zi Chen's hair and robe. At this time, Zi Chen was very calm. His body, without any support, suddenly began to rotate. As he rotated, his body began to change direction. The snake's head, which had launched the attack, brushed past the rotating Zi Chen's robe, shattering a few pieces of his robe. Zi Chen, on the other hand, dodged the attack, bypassed the snake's head, and looked down at Hotekani from above. Swoosh! A bright light flashed, and the broken sword was instantly unsheathed, fiercely slashing at Hotekani's head. The latter looked at this scene indifferently. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes, as if he was surprised that his opponent could dodge the puppet snake's attack so easily. However, there was also a hint of sarcasm in his surprise. He did not seem to care about Zi Chen's attack. After dodging the snake's head, there was still the snake's tail. A strong wind whistled, like a long whip, sweeping toward Zi Chen's waist. The speed of the attack was even faster than Zi Chen's. Clang! Looking at the snake's tail sweeping towards him, Zi Chen swung his sword. The invincible broken sword hit the snake's tail, but it exploded with a loud bang, and sparks flew everywhere. A powerful force came from the snake's tail, almost shaking the broken sword out of his hand. Zi Chen's body rotated again, and he retreated while spinning. He retreated again and again until he was 10 meters away. His body steadied. He held the scabbard in his left hand and the broken sword in his right hand in front of his chest. He stared warily at the puppet snake in front of him. He did not dare to say that he used his full strength, but he definitely used 80% of his strength. However, he did not manage to cut off the snake's tail, only leaving a hole on it. The puppet snake's sturdiness surprised him, and it made him more careful. Swoosh! With a tap of his foot, Zi Chen began to rush forward, his figure blurring. Hotekine snorted coldly, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He did not control the puppet snake, but the snake's mouth suddenly opened wide. Then, Zi Chen saw a sparkling luster flashing in the direction of the snake's mouth. Without saying a word, he dodged to the side. Drops of sparkling liquid appeared from the snake's mouth and then exploded. The exploded liquid, like a drizzle, began to scatter in all directions, accompanied by a strong bitter and sour smell in the air. When the liquid touched Zi Chen's body, a sizzling sound could be heard. The robe on his body was corroded into many small holes. Obviously, this was a kind of poison. Zi Chen's figure kept flashing, but a large space in front of him was shrouded in this kind of drizzle-like poison, making it impossible for Zi Chen to get close. Swoosh! At the same time, the sound of the snake tail tearing through the air continuously rang out. In the face of this unexpected attack, Zi Chen appeared to be in an extremely sorry state as he dodged. Hotekine did not make a sound from beginning to end. He just looked indifferently at Zi Chen, who was jumping up and down like a monkey. His opponent's reaction speed was beyond his expectations. Although his clothes were covered with fine wormholes, they were still intact. The others around looked at the scene nervously, for fear of missing any details. It's over. Hotekine waved his hand impatiently. The puppet snake that was spitting out snake liquid suddenly stopped. Its mouth was still wide open, and a tube extended from the snake's mouth, aimed at Zi Chen. Chapter 2483. Thunderous. In everyone's eyes, this battle was already very dangerous. Almost all the books you want to read are available. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Zi Chen weaved through the poisonous liquid and dodged, using his understanding of extreme speed to the extreme. If it had been them, they would have died from the poisonous liquid in a matter of minutes. In the distance, Gartucolo, who had been watching the battle indifferently, gradually frowned. This was the reason why he was afraid of Hotekine. If his opponent used poison, he wouldn't be able to get close at all. As he watched the battle, Zi Chen's speed surprised him. However, this was only temporary. It wouldn't be long before Zi Chen's strength was exhausted too quickly. When his speed slowed down, it would naturally be the time for Zi Chen to die. In Gartucolo's opinion, this battle should continue for a while before it ended. The final result would naturally be Zi Chen's death. However, he didn't expect that the puppet snake, which was spraying poisonous liquid on the battlefield, would suddenly stop attacking. Under normal circumstances, this would happen because the poison hidden in the snake's body had been used up. However, the battle had just begun, so it was impossible for this to happen. Immediately after, he saw that the puppet snake's mouth was still wide open. A black tube extended from it, the mouth of which was aimed at Zi Chen. Gartucolo's expression suddenly changed. He recognized what the tube was and guessed what it contained. His expression changed greatly as he cried out in alarm, "That's poisonous fog! Retreat quickly!" At this moment, he was a long distance away from the battlefield. However, after seeing the tube, he still cried out involuntarily and kept retreating. Seeing that the situation wasn't good, the others immediately turned around and fled at lightning speed. The old man, Jia Tu, and Huang Tu pushed the door open and closed it again. This was the furthest they could retreat. After retreating into the room, the old man's face was filled with fear and worry. This puppet snake has poisonous fog on its body. This time, Zichen won't be able to escape." As he spoke, he ran to the window with Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, and looked outside through the crystal window. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. Over there, the puppet snake had already launched its attack. Poisonous fog constantly spewed out from the puppet snake's mouth. The poisonous fog appeared to be 3 different colors, forming a huge 3-colored fog. The tricolored fog appeared very quickly and spread very quickly. Even Zichen, who had extreme speed, couldn't avoid it in time. Everyone watched as Zichen, who was retreating, was instantly enveloped by the tricolored fog. This 3-colored fog was very peculiar. It continued to spread forward in a fan shape. It did not affect the puppet snake and Hort Kenny behind it at all. When the latter saw Zichen shrouded in the tricolored fog, a faint smile finally appeared on his cold face. "It's over, it's over." Sighs could be heard all around them. The tricolored poisonous fog was a very peculiar poison. It was much more terrifying than the previous venom. The previous venom would only take effect after it came into contact with the body. It would only be fatal when it fused with the blood. However, this tricolored poisonous fog had an extremely strong corrosive effect. Moreover, it was specifically targeted at living creatures. Once enveloped by the tricolored poisonous fog, even if one held their breath, the poison would still invade the surface of the body and corrode the entire body until it melted. Even in a small town, this kind of poison would still make many people wary. If Gartucolo had been confident in fighting Hort Kenny before, after seeing the tricolored poisonous fog, he had completely lost his confidence. Even an antidote pill might not be able to neutralize this kind of poison, unless it was a specially configured antidote pill, or if one had a strong body that was resistant to poison, it would be impossible to block the tricolored poisonous fog. Gartucolo shook his head as he looked at him. It was obvious that Zichen, who had just awakened his ability, had already died in the tricolored poisonous fog. Faced with this kind of situation, no one could block the poisonous fog. Even Gartucolo was not optimistic about Zichen. No one else present was optimistic about Zichen, including the old man and Gartucolo. This was because the origin of the tricolored poisonous fog was too great. Zichen, who could only neutralize ordinary snake antidotes, could not block it. The poisonous fog was still spreading and spreading. The poisonous fog ahead was even denser. It could be seen how determined the other party was to kill Zichen. The remaining poison spread and diluted, spreading in all directions. Those who were far away felt a little dizzy after breathing in. Their expressions changed drastically, and they retreated far away. Even from so far away, the poison had made them dizzy. There was no need to think about what would happen to Zichen. The poison that was spreading in all directions had no lethality to Hort Kenny. His gaze was still fixed on the fog in front of him, and he sneered. After 3 breaths, after feeling that he had released a poison that could kill several ability users, he waved his hand. The tube in the puppet snake's mouth in front of him stopped spraying and then slowly retracted. "It's over," he murmured, his expression completely relaxed. At this moment, the fog suddenly began to surge, like a strong gust of wind, carrying a strong aura. Hort Kenny's expression suddenly changed. The puppet snake that had closed its mouth flashed with a cold light again. A cloud of poison mist suddenly left the area in front of him and headed straight for him. Whoosh! The snake's tail swung and hit the cloud of poisonous fog. With a bang, the poisonous fog exploded, and a light figure flashed from it. In the blink of an eye, the light figure arrived in front of Hort Kenny. The pair of cold eyes fell on Hort Kenny's panic face. When Hort Kenny saw the face of the light figure, his eyes immediately widened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He saw Zichen. Not only was his body not eroded by the poisonous fog, but he was also unharmed. Swoosh! Murderous intent flashed in his eyes, and the unsheathed broken sword swept across Hort Kenny's neck. The snake's mouth that was only a few feet away from Zi-Chen's head also stopped after Zi-Chen's broken sword cut across Hort Kenny's neck. After that, the snake's body twisted and fell to the ground with a popping sound. Huff! 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 The broken sword returned to its sheath. Zi-Chen gasped for breath. While gasping for breath, he coughed violently as if he wanted to cough out all the poison that was inhaled into his lungs. There was a blood stain on Hort Kenny's neck. His vitality had disappeared. He died, but his eyes were wide open. He died with grievance. The puppet snake had lost its master and completely turned into a wooden puppet. It no longer had any use. There was no threat to Zi-Chen around, so Zi-Chen kept coughing, trying to cough out all the discomfort in his heart. In the distance, everyone who saw this scene stood there motionless, as if they were petrified. His expression was completely frozen. It was as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. At this moment, Zi-Chen gave them the feeling that he was a ghost. He walked out of the three-colored poisonous fog without any injuries, not to mention his body being corroded. There was no sign of his body melting. There was not even the slightest trace of corrosion on his body. Could it be that the three-colored poisonous fog was fake? At this moment, everyone couldn't help but have such doubts. No one could survive the three-colored poisonous fog. This situation could only mean that the poison was fake. Bang! At this moment, a sound was heard not far away. It was a Saint King who had accidentally inhaled too much of the poisonous fog and collapsed. He had accidentally inhaled poison that had been diluted many times. He had actually fainted just like that. It could be seen that the three-colored poisonous fog was not fake at all. However, Zi-Chen was unscathed. What was the point of that? Zi-Chen's coughing gradually stopped. He lowered his head and glanced at Hort Kenny, who had died with grievance, and said, "Idiot, what is this? Do you think you can deal with me with the three-colored smoke? But it's quite unbearable." Hearing Zi-Chen's words, the others in the distance all had the urge to faint. The three-colored poisonous fog that could kill upon contact had actually become three-colored smoke in his mouth, and its effect was only unbearable. Was he still human? This poisonous fog is definitely real. He definitely doesn't have a special antidote. It said that only some powerful and special constitutions can resist the three-colored poisonous fog. He should belong to the latter. Gartukalo, who was more knowledgeable than the others, looked at Zi-Chen with flickering eyes. He had some guesses about Zi-Chen's situation. Shaking his head, Zi-Chen looked around and found that there was no one around. Even the old man had disappeared. Although the poisonous fog had dispersed a little, it had not completely dispersed. In particular, where Zi-Chen was, the poison was still very dense. No one dared to approach rashly. Looking back, Zi-Chen found that these people were further away. Among them were the 4 pale-faced saints from the Hort clan. He looked at the 4 of them and smiled. His smile was ferocious. His left hand grabbed the broken sword in the scabbard, and he walked in that direction. Seeing Zi-Chen walking in this direction, the nearby Saint King's expressions all changed. They sensibly dispersed. An ability user had been killed, let alone them. Moreover, they were suspected of bringing ability users here, so they walked very far away. "You guys leave here first." Seeing Zi-Chen's arrival, the 4 saints were terrified. They knew that Zi-Chen's target was them. Just when they did not know what to do, they suddenly heard a voice. When they turned around, they saw an ability user from the Gartukalo clan. The other party was walking in their direction. It seemed like he wanted to protect them, nodding gratefully at the other party. The 4 of them quickly retreated. Then, like stray dogs, they ran out of the village. "Where do you think you're going?" Zi-Chen roared and was about to give chase. At this moment, Gartukalo, who had a long sword on his back, blocked Zichen's path and stared at Zichen. "You want to stop me?" Zichen looked at him and said indifferently. Chapter 2484. Thunderous. Before coming here, Gartucolo already had a certain understanding of Zichen. In the last battle, he had not died even after suffering such heavy injuries. In addition, he had just survived the tricolored poison mist. Gartucolo was certain that Zichen had an extraordinary constitution. It was this constitution that allowed him to have the ability to fight continuously and resist poison. The Life Star was known as the Land of Miracles. As a heaven-defying person on the Life Star, it was understandable that Zichen had such a constitution. Such a constitution was indeed powerful, but Gartucolo was not afraid. He was only afraid of the tricolored poison mist. Thus he looked at Zichen and said indifferently, "I am saving you." Zichen looked ahead. There, the figures of the four saints were gradually shrinking as they ran further and further away. If you kill them now, it will be the same as cutting off the Hort family's path. They will not let this go. Although you killed an aptitude user today, I believe you should know that luck played a large part in it. Do you think the Hort family only has one aptitude user? Or are you confident that you can fight against the Hort family here? Zichen retracted his gaze and said indifferently, "When we meet, we will fight to the death." "That is still much better than a real fight to the death," Gartucolo said in a low voice. A real fight to the death and a real fight to the death did not seem to have much difference, but the meaning was completely different. The former meant that after both sides met, there would be a fight to the death, while the latter was a fight to the death until one side was completely dead. There was still room to maneuver in the former, but the latter was a real fight to the death. This sentence was very reasonable. It seemed that the other party was really thinking for Zichen. However, Zichen, who had seen a lot of the world, knew very well that in a fight to the death, there was still the possibility of a cornered dog jumping over a wall. If he really killed these four fellows, the Hort family would completely lose their qualification this time. Then, when the Hort family crazily chased after him, they would definitely not let the four from the Gartucolo family go. They had already lost their chance. So how could they let the other party have the chance to obtain a saint weapon? The sound of footsteps came from behind. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu ran over. The old man followed behind them. He ran to Zichen's side and looked at Zichen excitedly. "Zichen, how did you do it?" There was no need for Zichen to consider the gains and losses for too long. If he killed the four of them now, the disadvantages would outweigh the advantages. He no longer looked at Gartucolo and turned back to Gartucolo. "What do you mean? How did you do it?" "That three-colored poisonous fog is very poisonous. It is said that one will die upon contact. How did you resist it?" Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu asked again. "Is that poison? I thought it was smoke." Zichen's heart still palpitated when he recalled the puppet snake's strange behavior. The sudden appearance of the smoke had made it impossible for him to find an opportunity to retreat as he was immediately enveloped. Just as he was thinking that things were not going well, he realized that the smoke did not cause any effective harm to him. It was even less lethal than the poison from before. It had to be known that the poison would at least corrode his clothes, but this smoke only made him feel choked. In the smoke he could not see anything, so he could only be in a state of alert. He did not think that the smoke was a type of poison. He thought that the puppet snake would take advantage of his blurred vision to launch an attack. So he waited quietly and did not make the slightest sound. In the end, nothing happened. When Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu heard Zichen's words, they were speechless. It was really infuriating to compare oneself to others. They did not even dare to touch the three-colored poisonous fog, but when it came to Zichen, it had turned into smoke, and it had no effect on him at all. The four saints had already run away, and the people who had been watching the show had also left. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu said goodbye to Zichen and followed Gartucolo back to the small town. For a moment, Only Zi-Chin and the old man were left alive, as well as a dead person and a puppet snake. That puppet snake is good stuff. It can be sold for a good price in the small town, the old man said as he pointed at the puppet snake not far away. Katukalo left with the people of the Jia 2 family, but he did not bring him an ability user who could kill ability users. This was clearly to avoid suspicion. He did not want to have too much to do with Zi-Chin, and he did not want to completely become enemies with the Hort family. Zi-Chan returned to his room and walked out with the bamboo basket on his back. The bamboo basket contained his harvest over the years. The huge piece of holy black crystal was wrapped in a rag and placed at the bottom. The rest of the ores were placed in the middle, and at the top was some food. It was almost impossible to reach the small town in a day's time. In the meantime, they would need to stay in the wilderness for a night. Food was also a necessity. However, the old man told Zi-Chin not to worry too much, because there would be some small inns along the way for people to rest. If it was a normal person, it might be dangerous, but Zi-Chan was an ability user, so no one dared to have any ideas about him. He also told Zi-Chin that if he did not trust others, then he should find a cave to rest in and leave the next day. As for the night, no one dared to walk outside. Occasionally, there would be some powerful ability users who did not fear the fear of the night. Carrying the bamboo basket and wrapping the puppet snake around his waist, Zi-Chin stepped on the road to the small town. The old man sent Zi-Chin all the way to the outskirts of the village. Zi-Chin waved his hand and left. "I hope you can leave this damned place," the old man muttered in a low voice and turned to walk towards the village. In the direction of the small town, the old man had already pointed out very clearly. Along the way, he should try to walk on the main road. Although it would be troublesome to meet some people, compared to the insects and snakes that could rush out at any time to take people's lives, the danger brought by humans was much less. The road ahead was not difficult to find. At noon, Zi-Chin walked for about 10 miles and found a big rock to rest. After eating some dry food, he continued on his way. Along the way, he met some holy kings who looked like villagers. When they saw Zi-Chin, their first expression was unfriendly. However, after seeing the puppet snake wrapped around Zi-Chen's waist and shoulder, the unfriendliness in their eyes turned into shock. In this dark night, he would only stay for one night, so Zi-Chen did not want to cause any trouble. When the sky was about to turn dark, he found the cave that the old man had pointed out to him. The cave was well hidden, covered with fallen leaves. The cave was a little damp, and it looked like no one had lived in it for a long time. Zi-Chen did a simple cleaning and placed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake inside. Then he found a few large rocks and sealed the entrance of the cave. In this world, there would be wind at night, and mosquito-like insects would appear in the wind. They were very aggressive and dangerous. In addition, on the ground, there were also groups of ants moving forward. They were in groups and were also a powerful species. Compared to other dangers in this world at night, these two things were the most dangerous. As night fell, the wind blew again. Through the sealed cave, Zi-Chin could hear buzzing sounds from the outside world. In addition to the buzzing sounds, there were also rustling sounds, which should be the sound of the divine ants gnawing on the trees. In this world, the wooden houses were built with a very special kind of wood. This kind of wood was not only tough, but also gave off a very strange smell that only the divine ants could smell. They did not gnaw on it. In this strange world, it was his first time spending the night outside. Zi-Chan was still a little nervous, so he could not go to sleep early. Suddenly, he heard the roars of beasts coming from a distance. In this world, there were beasts which could be called divine beasts, but they were not the kind of divine beasts that could really call the wind and summon the rain. However, in this world, they were much more powerful than those holy beasts. They could barely be called pseudo-divine beasts. At that time, the old man had told him that if he wanted to kill these pseudo-divine beasts, only those powerful ability users could do it. Just like in the mortal world, in this world there were also hunters, but what they hunted were not beasts. but pseudo-divine beasts that were even more powerful than holy beasts. Boom! Suddenly, Zi-chun heard a stronger wind, and then he felt the whole ground shaking. The angry roars of beasts seemed to be very close, mixed with anger and fear. Someone should be fighting. Hiding in the cave, Zi-chun secretly guessed. The old man had told him that this world was full of danger at night. Anyone who dared to appear at night, whether it was a human or a beast, was an extremely powerful existence. Undoubtedly, on this night, Zi-chun encountered such a level of existence. In addition to the roars of beasts, Zi-chun could also hear explosive shouts, and now he was more and more sure that there were hunters hunting pseudo-divine beasts outside. He was curious, but he also knew that with his current strength, he could not walk in the dark. Thus, he could only hope that those people who were fighting would not affect him. He just wanted to stay here quietly for one night and then enter the town the next day. The fighting outside was getting more and more intense, and the frequency of the ground shaking was also getting faster and faster. Zi-chun's face became very ugly, because listening to the sound of the fighting, it seemed that this place was getting closer and closer. The god of luck was not able to favor him tonight, and the thing he was most worried about happened. Just when he was most nervous, he heard a tremor coming from the sealed cave, followed by splashing stones. Zi-chun saw a big black guy with its back against the cave. The big guy looked like a big bear, but there was no hair on the surface of its body, and it was very shiny. At a glance, Zi-chun saw that it was a puppet like the snake behind him. This big guy was obviously shocked here by a strong force, and it was very curious about the cave behind it. After getting up, it looked back and saw Zi-chun, and a touch of surprise flashed in its cold eyes. After that, it ignored Zi-chun and continued to rush forward. However, at this moment, Zi-chun felt an urge to scold someone. The reason for that was because right after he left, many palm-sized ants suddenly rushed into the cave from the outside. Not only was the ant big, but its eyes were also shining, staring at Zi-chun. Damn it! With a curse, Zi-chun did not care about what was outside, grabbed the bamboo basket and the puppet snake and ran outside. If he was any slower, he would have been drowned by these ants. Chapter 2485. See under Surti, these black ants were very large and had very strong killing power. Zi-chun believed that if he ran a little later, he would have been submerged by the black ants in an instant. Just as he used his extreme speed to jump out of the black ant's back, he saw that the area in front of him was already densely covered by the black ants, and the number of layers was still increasing. There were still countless black ants rushing towards him at high speed. With a tap of his foot, he leaped into the air and flew more than 10 meters away. By using extreme speed, he was able to keep his steps light and not be swallowed by the ants. By the time he stabilized himself more than 10 meters away, the hole he was hiding in was no longer visible. All he could see was a dense mass of black ants, completely covering the hole. At this moment, the wind was still whistling, the earth was still shaking, and the roars of beasts and angry shouts were still ringing out. Zi-chun, who was retreating, couldn't be bothered to see who was fighting here. Losing his hiding place meant that he would soon be swallowed up by the dangerous night. The only thing he could do now was to find a place to hide as soon as possible. After deciding on a direction, he rushed forward without hesitation at an extremely fast speed. As he charged forward, he glanced into the distance from the corner of his eye and saw the scene there. There were 3 people who looked like shadows and a black bear that looked like a puppet. They were surrounding a fake divine beast that couldn't be seen clearly. The 2 sides were fighting. However, his sudden appearance caused the 3 of them to turn their heads in surprise. Zi-chun retracted his gaze from the corner of his eyes and began to speed up. He was definitely using his extreme speed. According to the old man, there was an inn not far away from the cave. This was also the place that the old man had specially chosen. If anything were to happen at night, he would be able to rush there and receive protection. Unexpectedly, just as Zi-chun was about to escape a deafening roar was heard. It was the pseudo-divine beast that had been fighting with the three people and the black bear. It suddenly broke through their encirclement and headed forward. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the direction in which the other party was charging was coincidentally the direction in which Zichen was escaping. The speed of this pseudo-divine beast was very fast. While the three of them and the bear were in a daze, it had already caught up with Zichen. Maybe it was because Zichen was blocking its way, or maybe it hated humans too much, or maybe it saw that Zichen was too weak. The pseudo-divine beast, which was running away, suddenly opened its bloody mouth and rushed toward Zichen. Advertisement. A strong wind swept over from behind, blowing Zichen's tattered robe. Even though he didn't turn around, he knew what was happening behind him. A cold light flashed in his eyes. With the bamboo basket on his back, he directly grabbed the snake's head and turned around to smash the pseudo-divine beast like an iron lock. After turning around, Zichen finally got a good look at the pseudo-divine beast. It looked like a wolf with a horn on its head. Apart from that, there was nothing special about it. However, such a thing was even more powerful than some saint beasts. Pah! The whistling snake's tail hit the wolf's head in an instant, making a crisp sound. After being hit by a huge force, the wolf's head turned in midair. Under the support of inertia, the side of its face continued to rush forward. Releasing his right hand that was grabbing the snake's head, Zichen clenched his fist and hit the wolf's face with all his strength. Pum! Another sound rang out, and the lone horned wolf was sent flying backwards. The powerful rebounding force caused Zichen's body to sway. Ignoring the pain in his right hand, he shook it and continued to charge forward with the puppet snake on his shoulder. Not far away, the three people and one bear who were about to charge forward were stunned when they saw the weak-looking guy in front of them send the lone horned wolf flying so cleanly. They were somewhat astonished, and their speed slowed down slightly. Roar! The roar of the beast continued to sound. This time, there was less fear and more anger. After the horned wolf landed on the ground, it once again pounced towards Zichen. Its pair of eyes were filled with cold, killing intent. Get lost! A strong gust of wind blew in all directions, indicating that danger could descend at any time. Seeing the single-horned wolf charging at him again, Zichen was truly enraged. With a furious roar, he once again waved the puppet snake towards the single-horned wolf. In his hand, the puppet snake was like a long whip. It accurately struck the lone horned wolf, causing it to whimper in pain. However, Zichen did not care at all. In an instant, he sped up and charged forward, striking the lone horned wolf's head with a punch. After knocking the unicorn wolf to the ground, Zichen rushed forward again. His left leg was stuck on the struggling wolf's leg. His left and right hands clenched into fists, and like raindrops, his fists continuously hit the unicorn wolf's head. Each of Zichen's attacks was filled with his full strength. Every time his fist landed, it would cause the ground to tremble. Pum! Pum! As the fists fell, the unicorn wolf's mouth was bleeding, and it let out a whimper. The three people and the bear in the distance were completely dumbfounded. It seemed that this was the first time they had seen a puppet master fight with a puppet. Not only was his fighting style strange, but his speed and strength were also ridiculously strong. Although the unicorn wolf had suffered some injuries under their siege, it was definitely not something that a person could deal with alone. But looking at the guy in front of them, he seemed to be fighting effortlessly. Not good, there's a divine ant. Just as they were watching Zichen's battle in a daze, a cry of alarm came from the black bear's mouth. Hearing this cry of alarm, the other three people's expressions changed, and then they all wrapped themselves in black robes. The black robes covered their entire bodies. Even the place where their eyes were was covered by a layer of crystal. The sound of the wind suddenly became louder, and there was a rustling sound in it, which made Zichen feel that something was wrong. The moment he turned his head, he saw a black wind coming from afar. It was like a real wind, and in that wind there were countless black ants. They were entangled together, and with the help of the wind, they flew at a very fast speed. This scene gave Zeech a big fright. He no longer cared about the unicorn wolf under him, got up, grabbed the puppet snake, and ran. The unicorn wolf, who had endured who knows how many punches from Zeechin, was still a little dizzy after getting up, and its body was swaying. However, its perception of danger was clearly superior to these people. Before it could stand firmly, it bent its body and instantly charged forward with all its strength. The wind blew, and the black ants in it brushed past the unicorn wolf's body. Only a dozen or so black ants landed on the unicorn wolf's body, while the rest continued to move forward with the wind. Their target was Zeechin. As for the three people and the black bear, they stood in the wind, allowing the black ants to pass by, but not a single one attacked them. The wind became stronger, and Zeechin could clearly feel that danger was approaching, and the speed at which the danger was approaching him was even faster than his running speed. He, who was moving forward, knew that he couldn't escape. In an instant he turned around, swung the puppet snake, and smashed it forward. Pa! The puppet snake, which was close to 4 meters long, swept past, breaking the swarm of black ants at the front. Many of the black ants fell to the ground. Some died, while others struggled to crawl towards Zeechin. Pa! Pa! The puppet snake in Zeechin's hand danced continuously, and the sound of pa 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 continued to ring out. A large number of black ants were scattered and fell to the ground. However, the number of black ants was too great and could be said to be innumerable. Adding the strong wind, after Zeechin had struck 5 times, the large swarm of black ants behind had already rushed forward. In the blink of an eye, Zeechin had become an ant-man. Is he dead? Not far away, the 3 people wearing special robes looked at Zeechin, who was surrounded by the swarm of black ants, and one of them muttered, "He's still not dead? Could it be that he's still a god?" Another voice rang out. It was actually a clear female voice. "This guy has some tricks up his sleeve. It's a pity that he died just like that." The third person sighed. The female who spoke first turned around, looked at the black bear, and said, "Isn't it because you were too reckless and destroyed his hiding place?" The black bear awkwardly scratched its bald head and said embarrassedly, "Isn't that a mistake?" Who knew that the horned wolf would be so strong? Just as the 4 of them were talking, in front of them, where the black ants had completely covered, there was suddenly a 3-colored smoke rising. The moment the smoke appeared, it spread out in all directions. The black ants quickly melted and disappeared in the 3-colored smoke. That's the 3-colored poison smoke. They must have accidentally triggered the mechanism in the puppet snake. The black bear sat in shock after seeing the scene. As the 3-colored poison smoke spread out, more and more black ants disappeared. These black ants clearly had some kind of intelligence. The continuous disappearance of their companions made them feel fear, and they immediately scattered. Those who ran fast could still live, while those who ran slow directly disappeared. In the blink of an eye, the huge swarm of black ants from before scattered just like that. The 3 people and 1 bear looked forward, and even ignored the horned wolf not far away. Under normal circumstances, when the black ants covered the whole body, there would be nothing left when the black ants scattered. At this moment, something far beyond their expectations happened. After the tricolored poison mist became slightly diluted, a figure rushed out from it and ran away. The figure carried a bamboo basket on his back and a puppet snake on his shoulder. There were no injuries on his body, and even his running speed was as fast as before. How could this be? Looking at the figure that disappeared in a flash, the 3 people and 1 bear were stunned and speechless again. They had never seen anyone who could walk out of the 3-colored poison, smoke unscathed. Moreover, that person's body did not have any light circulating around it. It was obvious that he did not take the special antidote pill. Just like that, they saw that person run and run, constantly releasing the three-colored poison smoke to resolve the crisis until he completely disappeared from the sight of the 3 people and 1 bear. The wind blew away and the black ants disappeared. The horned wolf did not run far before the injuries on its body broke out, and it fell down with a few black ants on its body. Chapter 2486. City. While the 3 people and 1 bear were collecting their spoils of war, Zi-chun was constantly entangled with the black ants, cursing his bad luck in his heart. Please read this book. Fortunately, the wind eventually weakened, and the black ants fell 1 by 1, no longer relying on the wind to move forward. Zi-chun seized the time to rush forward, not even looking back. He did not want to chase away the black ants, only to encounter a group of mosquitoes. After walking for about a few miles, he finally saw the inn that the old man had mentioned. In the inn there were lights. Zi-chun quickly went forward and knocked on the inn's door. After a moment, a man dressed as a waiter opened the door for him, and Zi-chun walked in. The waiter looked at the battered Zi-chun and said lightly, "You're still staying in this inn at this time of night?" Zi-chun did not say anything. He took out a piece of black iron from the bamboo basket and threw it to the waiter. The waiter caught it, weighed it in his hand, and said, "You can only stay on the 1st floor for 1 night. Find a place to sit." This inn had a total of 2 floors. The 1st floor had some tables and chairs, similar to a tavern. The 2nd floor was the place to stay. At this moment, there were already a dozen people on this floor. It seemed that they were like Zi-chun, who did not pay enough to stay on the 2nd floor. Some of them were in groups of 2 or 3, while others were in groups of 4. These people's eyes fell on Zi-chun after he came in, and he could see some hostility in their eyes. His gaze swept across these people, and Zi-chun saw an empty table. He ignored them and walked straight to it. Who knew that just as he moved, a black ant crawled out of the bamboo basket behind him and fell to the ground. Pow! Zi-chun stomped his foot down and crushed the black ant into pieces. Zi-chun threw the puppet snake on his shoulder to the side and sat down on a chair. He asked, "Do you have water?" Perhaps it was because of the puppet snake, but the waiter poured water for Zi-chun. Bang! There was a sound from the right. It was a black ant that had crawled out of the puppet snake's mouth and was trampled to death by Zi-chun. In this short period of time, Zi-chun had already trampled 5 black ants to death. Obviously, he had a great battle with the black ant earlier, and these were all left on his body by accident. The crowd, who had unfriendly expressions earlier, tactfully withdrew their gazes when they saw the ghastly black ant corpses. Zi-chun! Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded from the 2nd floor. Everyone subconsciously looked up and saw a young man appear at the top of the stairs, walking up to the 1st floor. "I thought you wouldn't come today. There's almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text with no ads." The one who walked down the stairs was, of course, Jia Tu. Speaking of which, in this world, only the other party would speak to him with such a tone and expression. Something happened on the way, so I was delayed. Seeing Jia Tu, a rare smile appeared on Zi-chun's face. Jia Tu, who came to Zi-chun's side and was about to sit down, saw these black ants, and his expression couldn't help but change. He said, "You were attacked?" Zi-chun glanced at the puppet snake under his feet, nodded, and said, "If it wasn't for it, I'm afraid I would have been completely defeated today." "What's going on?" Jia Tu sat down. It seemed that because the other party was on the 2nd floor, his identity was not to be trifled with, so the waiter took the initiative to pour water. "I don't know where this idiot came from, but he actually destroyed my hiding place in the middle of the night." Thinking of this, Zi-chun's heart was filled with anger, and his voice couldn't help but raise a little. However, these words were extremely harsh to the ears of everyone present. Every single one of their expressions changed slightly. In this place, not many people dared to walk at night, and even fewer dared to fight at night. Only those hunters dared to walk at night, and every hunter was an ability user. Are you talking about a hunter? I haven't seen a hunter yet. Jia Tu Huangtu asked curiously. I don't know, I only know that it was 3 idiots and a bear. Zi Chen didn't have a good impression of the 3 people and the bear, so he naturally didn't hold back. Sure. Jia Tu Huangtu signaled Zi Chen to be quiet and whispered next to him, Be quiet, those hunters are extremely powerful. Zi Chen drank a mouthful of water, snorted softly, and said, They did the idiotic thing and they can't let others talk about it? If it wasn't for the tricolored poison fog, Zi Chen would have been completely defeated today. It was normal for Zi Chen to be angry after almost losing his life. Moreover, this was obviously an unexpected disaster. If the other party's battle didn't affect him, how could such a thing happen? In this world, every hunter is an ability user, but every ability user may not be able to be a hunter. Hunters are recognized as strong, and naturally they are respected. At this moment, Zi Chen's words undoubtedly aroused the dissatisfaction of others, and for a moment, all kinds of gazes were directed at Zi Chen. One of the 4 people sitting at the next table looked at Zi Chen and said with dissatisfaction, If you say hunters are idiots, then what are you? Scram! Zi Chen turned around and glared at the other party, his words cold. You're courting death. A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes, and he grabbed the weapon beside him. Beside him, the other 3 people also stood up as they stared at Zi Chen with a cold glint in their eyes. Misunderstanding. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. My friend didn't mean that. Jia Tu Huangtu hurriedly stood up and waved his hand. Huangtu, come up. At this moment, Jia Tu Huangtu's voice came from the 2nd floor. Jia Tu Huangtu turned to look at the old ancestor on the 2nd floor, and the other party's words were indifferent and firm. We still have to hurry tomorrow. Hurry up and rest. This sentence was not to be rejected. Jia Tu Huangtu looked at Zi Chen with an apologetic smile, and after using his eyes to signal him not to cause trouble, he turned around and walked upstairs. However, after going upstairs, he did not rest. Instead, he watched from above. He understood the old ancestor's meaning very well, which was to stay away from Zi Chen and not have anything to do with him. Originally, the 4 of them were still a little afraid of Jia Tu Huangtu, who came down from the 2nd floor, but after Jia Tu Huangtu went upstairs, the 4 of them were completely relieved. Not only did their gazes at Zi Chen become colder, but they also had a hint of provocation. If you want to die, I can fulfill your wish, Zi Chen said coldly. He had a stomach full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. At this moment, he did not mind killing a few more people. Shameless boasting. The 4 of them were obviously not afraid of trouble. They pretended to walk over, but the waiter not far away had no intention of stopping them. It seemed that this kind of thing often happened. Zi Chen's hand went to his back, where he was carrying a long strip. Bang! 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 Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. It sounded hurried and powerful. Open the door! At the same time, it was accompanied by a deep voice, strong and powerful. In this pitch-black night, the person who dared to knock on the door with such a tone was definitely an ability user. The waiter quickly went forward to open the door. The 4 people who were about to make a move also stopped. They returned to their seats and stood there, coldly watching the scene. The door of the inn was opened by the waiter, and a huge monster appeared in everyone's line of sight. It was a mechanical puppet similar to a black bear. It pushed the waiter away with one hand and said loudly, "Get out of the way!" Pushing the waiter away, it walked in from outside the door, carrying the corpse of a horned wolf on its shoulder. Blood dripped down its shoulder and quickly dyed the floor red. The waiter stepped aside and looked down, as if he did not see the scene. He did not even ask the other party for the accommodation fee. After the mechanical puppet that looked like a black bear walked in, 3 more people covered in black robes walked in. Looking at the other party's attire, everyone couldn't help but recall what Zi-chun had said before. 3 idiots and a black bear. There was no doubt that the people the other party was talking about were the 3 hunters and the black bear in front of them. Seeing the 3 of them, Zi-chen's expression froze. Clearly, he did not expect to meet them here. What were these hunters doing here in the middle of the night instead of hunting those pseudo-divine beasts? Everyone's eyes fell on Zi-chen for a moment, making Zi-chen feel very unnatural. On the second floor, Jiatu and Huangtu also guessed that the people Zi-chen was talking about were the 4 people in front of them. They looked at Zi-chen with some worry. Jedikilo appeared and signaled with his eyes that the other party was not allowed to go down. The Jiatu family would not participate in anything related to Zi-chen. "Humph, the idiots you were talking about are here." Not far away, one of the 4 people who had a conflict with Zi-chen sneered at him. His words were neither loud nor soft, enough for the people who came later to hear. "What did you say?" The black bear had just dropped the unicorn wolf's corpse when it heard these words. Its bear eyes stared at that person. The person cupped his fists and said, "Sir, you misunderstand. I said it for him to hear. Just now, this guy came here and boasted shamelessly that the 4 of you are 3 idiots and a black bear. How dare you?" "Who said that?" The black bear's voice rose a lot, and its words became very cold. The other party looked at Zi-chen without leaving a trace, which made the black bear step forward angrily, preparing to send the other party flying with a slap. The others watched from the side and sneered. It was obvious that this guy had offended these hunters and would not be able to survive. In this world there were no rules. Whoever lived was the rule. The man who spoke also sneered and looked at Zi-chen with a gloating expression. Zi-chen had been silent, but he did not take out the hand on his back. He was already in a state of alert. If there was any danger, he would immediately take action. The black bear saw the bamboo basket and puppet snake beside Zi-chen, and its expression changed. The anger in its eyes lessened. The palm that was about to slap Zi-chen slowly landed on the table in front of Zi-chen. Then the tall black bear leaned over, tilted its head, and looked at Zi-chen. The eyes that were originally filled with anger now had a glimmer of light. The loud voice sounded again. "Hey, it's actually you! Xiao-Qi, Xiangxian, come quickly. He's actually here." As he spoke, He-xiong sat down beside Zi-chen, showing no signs of hostility. The crowd, who thought that they would see an exciting battle, was stunned when they heard the black bear's surprised words. The man who was gloating and waiting to watch a good show was also dumbfounded. Chapter 2487. C_T. When He-xiong arrived in front of Zi-chen, everyone did not see the battle that they had imagined. After Black Bear saw Zi-chen, he seemed to be very happy and sat down as if they were very familiar with each other. Quick update: the website page is refreshing and there are a few advertisements. I like this kind of website the most. The others around him were all stunned. "I said you are an idiot, and you really think you are an idiot. Why don't you get lost?" A clear female voice sounded, but it was a black-robed person who walked over, and then kicked He-xiong away without hesitation. As she moved forward, the other party untied the black robe on her body, revealing a tall figure, a curvaceous figure, and a beautiful face. Her long black hair was tied behind her back with a hairband, and she was wearing a purple tight suit. She held the untied black robe in her hand and sat next to Zi-chen. Her bright eyes looked at Zi-chen unscrupulously. "He said I was a bear, but he didn't say I was an idiot. He was talking about the 3 of you." He-xiong, who was kicked away, muttered in dissatisfaction. He took a few steps back and pressed a mechanism with one hand. After coming to this world, Zi-chen saw a woman for the first time, and she was a beautiful and powerful ability user, which surprised him. If she was in the outside world, this woman would be a Saint King, and she would definitely be a top powerhouse. This kind of surprise caused his expression to change slightly, but he quickly controlled his emotions. Unlike the others, he only had eyes for this woman, and was attracted by her appearance. The other two black-robed people also took off their black robes and sat down. A hole appeared behind Heixiong, and a man who was not very tall walked out and sat down opposite Zichen. "My name is Xiuqi. May I know your name?" On the other side of Zichen, a young man cupped his fist and said to Zichen, "Zichen." Zichen said lightly. Although he did not feel hostility from them, he did not let his guard down. "Brother Zichen, I'm sorry for what happened earlier." Xiuqi once again clasped his fists toward Zichen and said apologetically, "Forget it. You guys didn't mean it." Zichen waved his hand. Their attitude made it impossible for him to pursue the previous matter. "My name is Tom. Zichen, you are really powerful. Not only did you beat up the lone horn wolf, but even that group of divine ants couldn't do anything to you," the man who walked out of the mechanical black bear said to Zichen. "Tom, you have to apologize first. This is all your fault." The woman who had been silent all this time said. The man named Tom scratched his head and said, "Oh, I'm really sorry. That lone horned wolf was too strong. I was careless and was sent flying, accidentally exposing your hiding place. However, I can see that you are very strong. Being a hunter is not a problem for you. Why didn't you come to the inn and instead hide in the cave?" Zichen wasn't used to Tang Pu being so talkative, so he didn't know how to respond. "Tom, you talk too much nonsense. Zichen, right? My name is Xiang Xian. Is this puppet snake yours? Could it be that you're the same as Tang Pu, a puppet master?" The beautiful woman looked at Zichen curiously. Zichen thought to himself, "You talk a lot of nonsense too. It seems like we aren't familiar enough to ask all sorts of questions, right?" However, he saw that the four of them didn't have any ill intentions, so he replied, "I'm not a puppeteer, and this puppet snake isn't mine." "Then why do you have it?" Xiang Xian asked, puzzled. "The puppeteer wanted to kill me, but I killed him. I saw that this puppet snake wasn't damaged at all, so I thought I could sell it for a good price." Zichen's answer left everyone speechless. The faces of the four people who had a conflict with Zichen turned ugly. They guessed that Zichen should be a puppeteer, and a puppeteer with a broken puppet at that. Such an existence's combat strength was almost zero. However, they didn't expect that he wasn't a puppeteer at all. That puppet snake was just his spoils of war. The four hunters didn't seem to have any hostility, but they were definitely not easy to talk to. They were called an idiot and a bear for no reason. But not only did they not get angry, they even apologized. This showed that Zichen's combat strength was very strong. Otherwise, an ordinary person would have died many times over. "Oh, so that's how it is. In that case, the tricolor poison mist isn't yours. How did you ignore the tricolor poison mist?" Tang Pu asked again. Zichen frowned slightly, not knowing how to answer. "Tom, don't be rude." Xiuqi, the young man from before, glared at Tom. This was obviously a secret. How could he casually show it to others? The words on this side were naturally heard clearly by the others. After hearing that the other party ignored the tricolor poison mist, everyone's faces changed again. They were shocked in their hearts. "It's not that unreasonable. Actually, I don't know the reason. Maybe I'm naturally resistant to poison." Zichen shook his head and said casually. However, as soon as these words were spoken, the entire place became deathly silent. In this world there were no innate skills. All innate skills could be called abilities. If it was really innate resistance to poison, then there would be a strong rejection of poison. In this way, one could become a poison master. Poison master, that was a profession that made many ability users tremble in fear. Zichen is a poison master? When Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu heard this, their faces revealed a look of surprise. Perhaps in the outside world, a poison master was nothing, But in this world, the Poison Master's ability was extremely powerful. They were so powerful that they were immune to poison, so powerful that everyone feared them. They were almost the top existence in this world besides the gods. It could be said that the status of a poison master in this world was equivalent to the status of a harmonious spirit master in the star path. Jia, Tu Keluo snorted. He was very clear that Zichen only had a special physique. It was only luck that allowed him to block the tricolor poison. As for becoming a poison master that was immune to poison, that was simply impossible. These four fellows who were trying to be friendly obviously misunderstood Zichen's ability. Otherwise, Zichen would have been torn to shreds by the four of them. Xiao Qi and the woman named Xiang Xian exchanged glances and then no longer asked this question. Xiang Xian tilted her head and looked at Zichen and said, "You look so young. Is this your first time going to Instigate Town?" Zichen nodded. He knew the name of the town from the old man. "Are you going to trade, or are you planning to stay there for a long time?" Xiang Xian asked again. "I'm going to find someone." "Oh, who is it? Tell me, maybe we know each other." "An old blacksmith. I think his surname is Wei." Seeing the other party being so enthusiastic, Zichen's heart moved, and he said the purpose of his visit. "You should be talking about old Fartway, right? Not only does he know how to forge iron, he also knows how to refine weapons. Are you looking for him to refine weapons?" Xiang Xian asked. "You know him?" Zichen was very surprised. He just casually said it, but he didn't expect the other party to actually know him. "Of course I know him. Old Fartway lives next door to us and has a good relationship with us." Xiaoqi laughed and said, "All these years we have never seen anyone looking for old Fartway. Who are you to him?" "A friend asked me to look for him. We didn't know each other before, but he said that he would let me follow old Fartway from now on. Meeting his fate. Waiter, bring some wine and dishes." Xiaoqi said, "Today we will have a good drink with Brother Zichen." "Good wine and good dishes," Tang Pu added. "If not, take this unicorn wolf and stew it. We have a good relationship with old Fartway. Since you are looking for him, then we are considered to be on the same side. Tomorrow morning we will bring you to him. If he is willing to take you in, then we will be neighbors." The man who had not spoken all this time laughed and said, looking very kind, "Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Xiao Jin." Zichen could feel that after he said old Fartway's name, these people became even more kind. That kind of kindness was completely sincere and not deliberate. "Xiao Qi, Xiao Jin, Tang Pu, Xiang Xian. Don't tell me they are the four demon hunter cultivators of So Hui Town?" Just at this time, a cry of surprise suddenly came from not far away. The four demon hunter cultivators, 2 men, 1 woman, and 1 puppet. This puppet referred to the puppet master. In So Hui Town, the 4 of them were quite famous. The 4 of them had different abilities, but their fighting strength was very strong. When combined, they were even more powerful. After guessing the identities of the 4 people, the surrounding people looked at the 4 of them with even more admiration. Just as the waiter was preparing the dishes, Xiao Qi took out a jade bottle from his bosom. After opening it, a ray of light burst out from the jade bottle. Xiao Qi tilted the jade bottle, and a drop of glowing liquid came out and landed in Xiao Qi's palm. Zichen looked at the drop of liquid curiously. He could feel a dense energy fluctuation from it. This was the first time he felt energy fluctuation ever since he came to this world. While Zichen was curiously sizing up the drop of liquid, the surrounding people's eyes were already wide open. Their faces were full of surprise. Looking at them, they could not wait to take the drop of liquid for themselves. Without thinking, they could guess that the drop of liquid was good stuff. Xiao Qi handed the drop of liquid to Zichen and said, "Originally, we were just here to say hello, and this matter is over. Who would have thought that you were actually looking for old Fartway? This means that you are indeed one of us. Who knows, you might even be neighbors in the future." Just saying hello is not right. Killing the lone horned wolf, you have a share too. This can be considered as a reward and a greeting gift. What is this? Zi Qin did not take the drop of liquid. Instead, he looked at it and asked suspiciously. Sacred Origin Liquid, also known as Ability Origin Liquid. It is good stuff that can awaken abilities, Xiao Qi said. There's such a thing? Zi Chen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Although this world has only one set of laws, it is still very mysterious. Xiao Qi looked at Zi Chen and smiled. This thing's main use is to strengthen the body, and awaken abilities is relatively small. But if you gather enough of it, you can still awaken abilities. Placing the drop of Sacred Origin liquid in front of Zi Chen, Xiao Qi smiled. I've given you a greeting gift as compensation. Don't think it's too little. This thing is very hard to get. It was clear that he really didn't want to have anything to do with Zi Chen. They drank until the next day, when the sky was bright, but the five of them still didn't change their expressions. Even Xiang Xian was a heroine. Here, alcohol tolerance represents strength. Zi Chen, you are indeed very strong. In fact, alcohol tolerance represented physical strength. When Zi Chen came here, his physical body had already entered the saint level and was stronger than many saint kings. This was also the reason why he could use the broken blade to slaughter saint kings after coming to this world. After Xiao Qi paid the bill, the group of five left the inn and headed for Soui town. There weren't any more twists and turns along the way. When they were about to reach the town, the alcohol from the previous night had dissipated, and they were extremely sober. Let's go and find old Fart Wei. Tang Pu, who was holding the puppet snake for Zi Chen, said as they walked to the town's gate. From the outside, the town looked like a small city. It was surrounded by towering stone walls. In Tang Pu's words, these walls were to prevent pseudo-divine beasts from suddenly attacking the town at night. The old man had come to Soui town before, but not many times. As for why he didn't stay here, Zi Chen had asked before, but the old man hadn't said anything. After arriving at the town today, Zi Chen finally understood. In this place, there were many people with abilities, although they were far from being able to walk everywhere. But just by casually walking a short distance, one would be able to see one or several ability users. Living with these ability users, one would undoubtedly have to be on tenterhooks. How could it be more comfortable than living in a small mountain village? There was only one entrance to the town. After entering, one would have to go deeper into the town. In this town, old Fart Wei had his own shop, but the area was extremely small. Outside the shop, there were some black iron and a few weapons that didn't seem to be very popular. Old Fart Wei, this time we went out, we brought back a friend for you. Seeing the blacksmith shop from afar, Tang Pu shouted loudly. This place was relatively remote and was only suitable for people to live in, but not for a shop. Compared to the shops on the road, old Fart Wei's shop was really not ostentatious. He believed that the business wouldn't be good. This old man has no friends. An old voice came from the blacksmith shop, followed by the sound of iron striking. You didn't before, but now you definitely do. His name is Zi Chen, and he specially came to find you. Quickly come out and take a look. Tang Pu shouted towards the blacksmith shop, turned his head, and said to Zi Chen, Zi Chen, don't go in. It's dirty and messy inside. After greeting old Fart Wei, you can stay at our place. Our place is clean and spacious. That's right, Zi Chen, this old Fart Wei is good in every way, but he's too lazy. If he was more diligent, he wouldn't have to force himself to live. Xiang Xian said with a smile, Old man, quickly come out. Otherwise, I'll smash your shop. The sound of iron striking suddenly stopped, and the old voice came out from the blacksmith shop again. Don't! This old man's shop doesn't have anything valuable. Zi Chen saw an old man wearing a coarse robe, and his figure was not as sturdy as the other blacksmiths. He walked out from the blacksmith shop. After the other party appeared, His gaze fell on Ziqin and said, "You came to find me?" "Yes." Ziqin nodded and was about to explain his intentions. But before he could open his mouth, he heard Old Fart Wei's voice. "Old Fart John asked you to come, right? Is he not dead yet? His old body is still very healthy." Ziqin knew that Old Fart John was that old man, surnamed John Wu. "What did he ask you to come here for, to trade?" Old Fart Wei sized up Ziqin. "He wants me to stay here and learn from you for a period of time." "Oh, come with me then." Old Fart Wei did not speak much, and did not ask about other things. He turned and walked towards the blacksmith shop, and Ziqin could only follow behind. Tang Pu passed the puppet snake to Ziqin, and Ziqin carried the bamboo basket and prepared to follow with the puppet snake. "You're a puppet master?" Old Fart Wei asked without turning his head. "No, this is—" Without waiting for Ziqin to say that it was for sale, Old Fart Wei interrupted him and said, "If it's not, then deal with it. The room is too small and can't hold these useless things." Ziqin turned his head and looked at the few of them for help. "Leave it to me. It's easy to deal with these things." Tang Pu smiled at Ziqin and volunteered to take it. Ziqin smiled gratefully and turned to enter the blacksmith shop. Entering the blacksmith shop, the first thing that entered his eyes were all black iron-grade ores, and occasionally he would see some iron ingots and a few semi-finished products. As for the real weapons, Ziqin did not see a single one. The room was small and the light was not enough. After entering, the high temperature emitted by the furnace made the air feel dry and hot. "Put the things there, and you will be in charge of forging in the future." Old Fart Wei pointed to an empty corner and said. Ziqin put down the bamboo basket and then poured out all the black iron, revealing the holy black crystal wrapped in a coarse cloth at the bottom. After that he untied the cloth, revealing the holy black crystal. In this dark room there was suddenly a bright light, and it was so black that it was shining. The expressionless Old Fart Wei, upon seeing the holy black crystal, revealed a look of surprise. Such a big piece of holy black crystal was very rare. He nodded and said, "It's not bad. Do you plan to sell it or keep it for when you are familiar with it? To forge a weapon for yourself?" Ziqin was hesitant because he was not sure of the price of the holy black crystal. "Then keep it first. These black iron can still be used for a period of time." Looking at the hesitant Ziqin, Old Fart Wei had already decided for him. He looked at Ziqin and said, "From now on you will stay here to forge and take care of your food and lodging. Don't worry about anything else, and when you have enough you can leave. This old man will not force you. However, if you can't complete this old man's request, then you can take your things and get lost." "Thank you, Senior, for taking me in." Ziqin cupped his fists and thanked him gratefully. "Whether you thank me or not, we can talk about it later. For now, go and tell those people outside that you can't leave for the time being, and don't let them wait." "Yes." Ziqin walked out of the blacksmith shop and informed the four of the old man's arrangements, which made them look very disappointed. However, they did not force Ziqin, and told Ziqin that he could look for them when he was free. This should be able to exchange for 2 to 3 drops of Saint Origin liquid. "Once it's done, I will give it to you." Tang Pu waved the puppet snake in his hand at Ziqin, then left with Xiang Xian and the rest. After watching the 4 leave, Ziqin returned to the blacksmith shop. Old Fart Wei did not give him any time to rest, and Ziqin began to forge on the same day. Chapter 2489. See clang! In the blacksmith shop the heavy hammer fell, sparks flew everywhere, and a piece of black iron gradually changed shape. Clang! Clang! The clanging sound kept on ringing. It was very rhythmic and rhythmic. The one wielding the hammer was a young man, dressed in coarse hemp clothes, with delicate features and handsome features. On his forehead, sweat kept dripping down. He did not care about wiping the sweat off his forehead, and kept hammering the piece of black iron in front of him. Not far away, on an old and broken recliner, an old man was lying on it, resting with his eyes closed. Even in deep sleep, his mouth was still open, as if he was dreaming of something to be happy about. The young man who was forging was naturally Zichin. He had been here for 10 days. In these 10 days, he did not leave the house and spent all day forging. Beside him, there was already a small pile of iron ingots. The one on the recliner was old Fart Wei. Ever since Zichin came here, he had never used a hammer, but every day he would use his mouth. A few days ago, because Zichin used too much strength, he almost scolded Zichin to death. When he was awake, the old man was very strict and could always pick out all kinds of problems. And when he was asleep, the old man's mouth would be open, as if he was having a good dream. The clanging sound of the hammer was like a beautiful melody, bringing the old man into dreamland, and he was unwilling to wake up. Around lunchtime, the old man naturally woke up, seeing the pile of iron ingots in front of Zichin. He was stunned, but after covering up the surprise in his eyes, he frowned and said unhappily, "Why is the speed so slow? The efficiency is too low." He walked forward, casually picked up a piece of iron ingot, and pointed to a certain place. "The strength here is too light, this place is too heavy, and here." The old man picked up a piece of iron ingot and pointed out a few problems. Seeing Zichin constantly nodding his head, revealing an expression of humility, he reluctantly nodded his head. "You must be hungry again, right? If I can't finish my tasks every day, I won't have enough to eat. I'm losing out big time." After that, the old man muttered as usual and walked into the house. He was probably going to cook. After a whole morning of hammering, Zichin was already exhausted. At the same time, he was so hungry that his heart was stuck to his back. However, after hearing what the old man said earlier, he was too embarrassed to rest and could only continue hammering. It had to be said that during these 10 days, although the old man had constantly squeezed him dry, the growth of his power had also been very obvious. Although he hadn't used his extreme speed yet, Zichin believed that he would be much faster than he had been 10 days ago if he used it now. Full text reading here. A strong physical body was the foundation of everything. During the few days that Zichin had been here, Xiangxian and the others had come to look for him once. After that, it was said that they were out on a mission and had not seen him since. "Eat something." Old Fart Wei brought out a bowl of porridge and signaled Zichin to drink it. It had to be said that this simple bowl of porridge had quite a bit of energy. It was enough to sustain Zichin's workload for half a day. On the 11th day, a group of people walked in from outside the town. If Zichin was here, he would definitely be able to recognize 4 of them. They were the 4 saints from the Huate clan who possessed the body of a saint. They were following the new ability user and were late by 10 days. Zichin didn't step out of his house and didn't pay attention to the outside world. After a few days, Xiangxian and the others returned and pulled Zichin to drink. Looking at their slightly worried expressions, Zichin could tell that they didn't have any gains this time. "Zichin, don't just focus on hammering all day. It's completely useless. Only through constant fighting can one strengthen and improve their abilities." At the table, Tang Pu tried to persuade Zichin, just like before. Zichin smiled bitterly. "Let's postpone this matter for now. Old Fart Wei still has many missions to complete." Speaking of Old Fart Wei, Xiangxian's eyes were filled with resentment. "Zichin, don't be fooled by Old Fart Wei. He's treating you as a labor, working for him day and night. He's squeezing you dry and not giving you any rewards. Why don't you follow us out to hunt for pseudo-divine beasts? If you're lucky, you can get a drop of Saint Source liquid. Using the Saint Source liquid to increase your strength is much faster than hammering." Xiangxian and the others had their eyes on Zichin's fighting strength and wanted to rope him in. Zichin also looked forward to hunting in the outside world, but once he thought of that strict old man, he shook his head and smiled bitterly. Moreover, The growth of his strength was indeed very fast, unlike what the others had said about it being slow. Even after they finished drinking, Zichen didn't agree to their request. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that he couldn't tell old Fart Wei. Yes, this is the place. Use your strength here. Clang! Increase your strength. It's still too light. Clang! Clang! A new day, a new mission. Zichen started hammering again. After Xiang Xian and the others rested for a while, they went out to hunt pseudo-divine beasts again. These few days, old Fart Wei didn't sleep. Instead, he was guiding Zichen on how to use his strength. According to the old man's guidance, Zichen's hammering movements became lighter and more adept at controlling his strength. Old Fart Wei, who looked very strict, was actually very satisfied with this disciple of his. He was so satisfied that he would grin foolishly every time he slept. It was obvious that Zichen made him very satisfied. But every time he woke up, he would become so strict. He was worried that Zichen would be too arrogant. In the path of refining, talent was important, but hard work was even more important. For a month, Zichen hammered the iron block. After a month, Zichen began to refine weapons under the old man's supervision. In the past, Zichen knew how to refine weapons. He even knew many techniques that had been lost. However, they all relied on energy to operate. Now that there was no energy, Zichen's techniques could not be used. However, his foundation was still there, so it was still easy to use them. After scrapping 2 weapons in a row, Zichen spent 3 days and finally forged a decent weapon. It was a long saber, very sharp and emitted a black light. Not bad. For the first time in more than a month, the old man nodded his head, expressing his approval of Zichen. This blade can be sold outside. This shop can be considered to have opened for business. After staying here for such a long time, Zichen had seen a few people come to look at weapons. Unfortunately, there were no decent weapons here, so there were no successful transactions. Zichen suspected that if this continued, the old man's surplus would be eaten up. In this way, Zichen successfully became a permanent worker in the blacksmith shop. He began to refine weapons for sale. Gradually, the shop also had business, and the first transaction was completed. According to the old man's vague instructions, the weapons Zichen made would have a little flaw. They did not look perfect. This was a deliberate move in this dangerous place. Of course, only the 2 of them could see the flaw. Other people who did not understand weapons would not be able to see it. The store's business gradually improved, and Zichen's weaponsmithing skills also became more and more adept. By the 3rd month, Zichen's weaponsmithing weapons had already gained some fame. The weapons were bought as soon as they appeared. Later on, before they were even made, they were already reserved in advance. With a bowl of porridge in the morning, noon, and night, Zichen's strength was also constantly increasing. Compared to 3 months ago, it had changed a lot. In this regard, Zichen was even infatuated with this kind of increase in strength. If he was in the outside world now, he believed that in these 3 months his saint-level physical body would have undergone a great change. Although he did not dare to say that it was comparable to a saint weapon, it was definitely much stronger than before. Moreover, if he continued to grow like this, Zichen believed that one day his physical body would grow to a level comparable to a saint weapon. At that time, he would be able to catch a saint weapon with his bare hands. With the increase in strength, Zichen gradually felt some changes in his body. These changes seemed to be the signs of an ability. For the people in this world, true ability was actually a change in the body. It was an ability that was derived from one's body. For example, Zichen's previous extreme speed ability was an extension of the cultivation method. It was not an ability that was derived from one's body. Just as Zichen was gradually falling in love with the feeling of increasing strength and becoming fond of refining weapons, the old man suddenly stopped Zichen. "You've been here for a long time. Your understanding of refining weapons is already very deep. It's time for you to go out and train." "Are you chasing me away?" Zichen looked at the old man in astonishment. I'm not chasing you away. I'm just letting you go out and train. The four of them came back a long time ago, but after knowing that the weapons you refined were extremely popular, they did not disturb you. The old man looked at Zichen and said, with your skills, you can completely rely on yourself here. However, I believe that this is not your main purpose for coming here. Go out and see some blood with them. Otherwise, after a long period of refining weapons, your courage will gradually be wiped out. Zichen was originally intelligent, so he quickly understood the old man's meaning. Since you're already a master refiner, you can't be too shabby when you go out. I've already placed your new clothes in your room. After watching Zichen put down his hammer and leave, old Fartway could not help but sigh. Zichen, this old man is really out of ideas. For the past 3 months, you've been consuming a drop of sacred source liquid every 2 days. This old man's secret stash has already been emptied. Your strength is increasing, but your ability has not awakened. What you lack is not an increase in strength, but an instantaneous awakening. Previously, Tang Pu and the rest had said that Zichen's strength would increase very slowly because of his forging. However, Zichen did not feel that way. Instead, he felt that his strength was increasing very quickly. In fact, he did not know that the thin porridge he drank every day contained diluted sacred source liquid. On average, he drank a drop every 2 days. As time passed, Zichen's strength increased too quickly. A drop of sacred source liquid every 2 days was no longer enough to sustain Zichen's consumption. Left with no choice, old Fartway signaled for Zichen to go out and train. After washing up and changing into a new black robe, Zichen stood in front of Xiangxian and the others. The four of them were clearly stunned as they stared at the handsome young man in front of them in disbelief. Chapter 2490. Understood, you are Zichen? Looking at the handsome young man in front of her, Xiangxian's beautiful eyes lit up, and she said with some disbelief, read the full text. The other 3 also had exaggerated expressions. What? You don't recognize me after not seeing me for just over a month? Zichen looked at the four of them and chuckled. On his back, he carried a sheathed long saber. His figure was slender, and with the smile on his face, he looked handsome and charming. Are you really Master Zichen? Tang Pu's eyes were wide open. Although he had known Zichen for a long time, every time he saw Zichen, he was wearing coarse clothes with his hair casually draped over his shoulders. He was obviously handsome, but not like now. Zichen smiled but did not say anything. Xiangxian stepped forward and pinched Zichen's face with her jade-like hands. She said with some infatuation, Wow, Zichen, you are so handsome. Zichen took 2 steps back, unable to stand the other party's approach. Zichen, why did you come to us instead of refining weapons? After joking around, Xiaoqi looked at Zichen and said, sitting on the chair where Xiangxian sat before, Zichen said, Old Fartway gave me a break, so I came to see if you guys wanted to go out. I can go with you guys. When they heard this, their faces immediately showed surprise. Xiangxian stood beside Zichen and said, The old man is really willing to let you go? I heard that you are now a master refiner. The weapons you refine are now in short supply. Now that the old man let you go, won't he lose a lot? Zichen shrugged and said, I don't know what he is thinking. In short, I am free now. Do you guys want to go out? Of course. Without waiting for the others to speak, Xiangxian took the initiative and said, Last time we met a 2-headed tiger and couldn't beat it. Since you are here, we will definitely be able to kill it this time. Have you prepared everything for the trip? Zichen asked. It's been prepared for a long time. After knowing that you've become a master refiner, we thought that we wouldn't need it. Tang Pu took the lead and walked into the room. A moment later, he took out a package and placed it on the table. Tang Pu said, There are night suits and some tricolored poison mist inside, in case we need to use it at a critical moment. Zichen opened the package. When he saw the two items, he said, "I'll take them, but I don't have Sacred Source liquid to pay for them, so I'll owe you for now. When are we leaving?" "There's no time like the present." "Let's do it now," Xiaojin said. The group of 5 left Soe Town and headed towards the place Xiangxian had mentioned. "Zichen, with you joining us this time, we'll definitely gain a lot," Tang Pu said as he walked in front, while Black Bear followed behind him. In the last battle, they had a clear understanding of Zichen's combat strength. Whether it was his strength or his speed, they were all very surprised. He believed that if everyone joined forces this time, they would definitely reap a great harvest. Soon night fell. After eating some food, the 5 of them took out their night suits and changed into them. These clothes were made of special materials and were very effective against the natural enemies of the night, black ants, and divine mosquitoes. The night wind was very strong. Amidst the whistling wind, Zichan could often see large numbers of divine mosquitoes and black ants flying past. The divine mosquitoes were a little better, as they had yet to display their terrifying, killing power. However, wherever the black ants passed, tall and sturdy trees would turn to dust and disappear. After traveling in the night for 4 hours, Tang Pu, who had already entered the black bear puppet's body, said in a low voice, "Zichen, that two-headed tiger is in a cave in the mountain ahead. There's a cave inside. I'll go in and lure it out." At the same time, the mouths on the 2 heads opened, wanting to swallow the 2 after slapping away their weapons. From the current situation, the 2-headed tiger's strength was obviously stronger than the 2 brothers. The 2 of them would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, they had cooperated for so long. Zichen believed that they would definitely have other methods. Thus, he continued to stay at the side and did not make a move. Seeing that the tiger claws were about to land on the long swords, Xiangxian, who had not made a move, suddenly had a flash of light in her eyes. That was a real light. It was not reflected light, but came from Xiangxian's eyes. The moment the light appeared, the 2-headed tiger's movements slowed down. The tiger claws that were supposed to hit the sword light also paused. The 2 sword lights brushed past the tiger claws and pierced the 2-headed tiger's head. The 2-headed tiger was in pain. Its body fell forward and it let out an earth-shattering roar. Pum! The black shadow that Tang Pu had transformed into descended from the sky. With a strong force, it struck towards the 2-headed tiger's head. Following a loud tremor, the 2-headed tiger's body was sent flying more than 10 meters away. After Xiaojin and Xiuqi landed, they did not hesitate to charge forward with their swords and surrounded the 2-headed tiger. At this moment, the 2-headed tiger had other wounds on its body. It looked like they had been left behind before. Following the 2's attacks, new wounds were left behind. The 2-headed tiger was in pain, constantly roaring. Looking at the battle, Zichen finally understood the cooperation between the 4 of them. Xiaojin and Xiuqi were mainly responsible for killing the enemy. Xiangxian, who had an eye technique, was responsible for critical moments. Needless to say, Tang Pu, who had fused with the puppet, was a meat shield, the kind that could take a beating. The cooperation between the 4 of them was very tacit. If one person rashly joined in, it would disrupt the tacit cooperation. That was why Zichen was watching from the side. Last time, they had besieged the 2-headed tiger and did not kill it. It could be seen that the other party was very strong. This time was the same. With their close cooperation, they had the upper hand. However, as the 2-headed tiger gradually adjusted from the sneak attack, the strength of a pseudo-divine beast was completely displayed. Pum! The 2-headed tiger raised its claws and suddenly slapped down. Tang Pu was directly sent flying. Immediately after, the 2-headed tiger leaped up. After dodging Xiuqi's attack, it opened its bloody mouth and bit towards Xiaojin. Xiangxian's eyes flashed, and the two-headed tiger's movement slowed. Xiao Jin blocked in front of him with his sword, preventing the two-headed tiger from biting. However, the two-headed tiger's claws fell, and Xiao Jin was also sent flying. After landing, the two-headed tiger gave up on Tang Pu and went straight for Xiao Qi. Of course it had intelligence. It knew how hard the shell on Tang Pu's body was, so it went directly to Xiao Qi. Xiao Qi leaped up and stabbed the two-headed tiger with her sword. The two-headed tiger's movements were very agile. It waved its tiger claws to block, and its whole body pressed down on Xiao Qi. The two mouths on its two heads opened at the same time and bit toward Xiao Qi. Scram! With a shout, Tang Pu quickly rushed over and used his body to knock the two-headed tiger away, saving Xiao Qi. Even so, there were still 3 bloody scars on Xiao Qi's face. They were caused by the tiger's teeth. Standing to the side, Xiang Xian's eyes were shining. At this moment, she was very nervous. With the strength of the 4 of them, it was very difficult to fight this two-headed tiger. This time, because of Zi Chen's participation, they decided to eliminate the other party. However, in today's battle, the strength displayed by the two-headed tiger was clearly stronger than last time. This made her feel very troubled. Xiao Jin, who was sent flying, also rushed up again. The 3 of them began to besiege the two-headed tiger, barely managing to control the situation. For a time, there were all kinds of chaotic fighting scenes. Xiang Xian, who was hiding at the side, helped the 3 of them from time to time. Zi Qin stayed at a further place and watched the evenly matched battle. He knew that if the battle continued, the 4 of them would be unable to defeat the two-headed tiger due to exhaustion. He tightened the scabbard on his back, preparing to find an opportunity to attack. Swoosh! The two-headed tiger, who was fighting, suddenly retreated a few steps. Then it exerted strength and leaped up, circling around the 3 of them. Not good, it's trying to escape. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they all shouted and rushed up. No, this beast is going to attack Xiang Xian. Xiang Xian, quickly get out of the way. Xiao Qi sensed that something was wrong and immediately shouted. However, it was too late. The two-headed tiger had already planned this attack. Moreover, Xiang Xian was not good at speed. Xiang Xian's eyes flashed. The two-headed tiger's body paused in midair for a moment before it sped up again. Using this move continuously, Xiang Xian had exhausted a lot of energy. At this moment, the effect on the two-headed tiger was very limited. The 3 of them did not arrive in time. Xiang Xian also did not manage to escape in time. The two-headed tiger arrived in front of Xiang Xian and bit at her. Chapter 2491. C_T. Xiang Xian's ability was eye techniques. Apart from that, her strength and defense were relatively weak. Now that she was facing the twin-headed tiger's attack, she had lost the initiative and could not even escape. Facing this attack, she could only close her eyes and wait for death to arrive. Pa! A soft sound suddenly rang out, and a strong wind blew Xiang Xian's long black hair into a mess. The death that she imagined did not happen. When she opened her eyes, she saw the twin-headed tiger stop in front of her. A black scabbard was stuck in the twin-headed tiger's wide open mouth. A slender and strong hand was holding the scabbard's hilt. The person who came was Zi Qin. At the crucial moment, he used the scabbard to block the twin-headed tiger's attack. One of the twin-headed tiger's mouth was stuck in the scabbard, while the other one could still attack. It opened its mouth wide and bit at Zi Qin. Swish! Zi Qin exerted force with the hand holding the scabbard. The broken saber was unsheathed and a black light flashed. Zi Qin held the broken saber tightly in his right hand. Blue veins bulged on the back of his hand as he chopped down. Uft! The twin-headed tiger's tough skull was split open by Zi Qin's saber. A deep gash appeared, and the bones in the middle separated. The twin-headed tiger was in pain, and its 2 heads started to shake. The mouth that was biting the scabbard could not release the scabbard because it was exerting force. As for biting off the scabbard, that was obviously unrealistic. Zi-chan exerted force and pulled out the broken saber stuck in the twin-headed tiger's skull. As the twin-headed tiger whimpered in pain, he chopped down again. It was still the same position as before. There was no deviation. His attack was decisive, steady, and calm. The broken saber pierced the skull again. Blood splattered, splattering on Zi-chen's body and face. At that moment, Zi-chan was standing beside Xiangxian. Xiangxian, who had just escaped death, stared blankly at the scabbard. One of the heads of the two-headed tiger was stuck in the scabbard. Then, Zi-chan pulled out his saber and slashed at the other head again and again. In Xiangxian's eyes, Zi-chen's attack speed was not fast, but it was very stable. Every time the blade fell, it was exactly the same as the previous one, not even a millimeter off. As for the powerful two-headed tiger, it was unable to effectively counterattack or dodge Zi-chen's repeated slashes. Its head swayed left and right in pain, but Zi-chan was able to accurately pinpoint the point of attack during its swaying. Blood splattered onto Zi-chen's body, staining his night suit, his face, and even his eyes. In this dark night, Zi-chen looked somewhat evil and terrifying. Dollar, cotton, flour, candy talk. Pooh! Finally, after slashing out 5 times, the head finally separated from the middle and died with a limp body. Roar! The other head finally let out a roar, and in this roar, the scabbard flew out of its mouth. The two-headed tiger that had lost its head did not die. It seemed even angrier. After turning around, it slapped at Zi-chan with its claws. On the side, Xiangxian reacted, and a light flashed in her eyes. However, she did not know if the two-headed tiger was too angry, but this attack was fast and ruthless. It directly ignored Xiangxian's eye technique attack and accurately slapped Zi-chen's chest. Pa! With a loud bang, Zi-chen's robe on his chest shattered, and his body flew backwards. As he flew backwards, he still held the broken saber in his hand tightly. His blood-stained eyes did not panic, but were instead filled with calmness. After slapping Zi-chen, the remaining two-headed tiger did not pay attention to Xiangxian, who was close at hand. Its eyes were fixed on Zi-chen, and its eyes were filled with murderous intent as it pounced at Zi-chen. Clang! Looking at the two-headed tiger pouncing at him, Zi-chan blocked with his broken saber. With a clang, the broken saber collided with the tiger's claw. Zi-chen borrowed the force of the collision and retreated, scraping the ground. His night clothes rubbed against the ground, leaving a deep mark. The retreating Zi-chen's body rolled, and he stood upright with his saber. Boom! At the place where he turned, the tiger's claw fell and soil flew everywhere. A huge tremor resounded in the mountain. All of this seemed to take a long time to describe, but in fact it all happened in an instant. By the time Xiao-Qi and the others reacted, 1 man and 1 tiger had already started fighting, and the scene was chaotic. The 3 people who rushed to Xiangxian did not know how to help. When they were fighting before, they were still some distance away from the two-headed tiger. After the 2 sides came into contact, they instantly separated, not daring to let it get close. Even Tang Pu, who possessed the mechanical puppet, did not dare to let the two-headed tiger get close to him. However, at this moment, Zi-chan was engaged in close combat with the two-headed tiger. 1 man and 1 tiger continuously dodged and moved, not giving them the slightest opportunity to intervene. Pum! The two-headed tiger's claw once again slammed into Zi-chen's chest. Zi-chen's robes instantly tore apart, and several deep wounds appeared on his chest. His body was sent flying backwards, smashing into the ground. It was just like the first time he had encountered the two-headed tiger's attack. Roar! The two-headed tiger rushed up like before, and its 2 claws pressed against Zi-chen's chest. It opened its bloody maw and viciously bit at Zi-chen. Facing this attack, Zi-Chen's expression was calm. He did not panic at all. His right hand instantly flipped over, and the broken saber stood upright. Using all the strength in his body, he stabbed the broken saber upwards. Pooh! The broken saber stabbed into the two-headed tiger's jaw, and then, with great difficulty, it drained a lot of strength. The strength of Zi-Chen's attack was constantly weakening. One man and one tiger, at this moment, both were fighting with their lives on the line. If Zi-Chen could not kill his opponent, then he would definitely be bitten to death by his opponent. Life and death were decided in an instant. A fishy smell assailed the nostrils. The tiger's mouth stopped a few centimeters away from Zi-Chen. Blood dripped down the broken saber and fell on Zi-Chen's body. The broken saber directly pierced the two-headed tiger's head from its jaw, completely penetrating its brain. The moment before Zi-Chen was about to be bitten, the broken saber extinguished the two-headed tiger's life force. This scene happened too quickly. It was so fast that it was far beyond everyone's expectations. Standing to the side, the four people who did not know how to help were still in a state of helplessness. When they suddenly saw that the battle was over, they were all stunned. Their expressions were very shocked. After a moment, Zi-Chen's weak voice came from under the two-headed tiger's body. I said, "If you guys don't help, I'll be crushed to death." Zi-Chen's voice woke the four people up. They hurried forward. Among them, Tang Pu took the lead and directly lifted the two-headed tiger up, revealing Zi-Chen, who looked like he had been drenched in blood. "How are you?" At this moment, Zi-Chen looked very miserable. Xiao Qi bent over and stretched out his hand. Zi-Chen pretended to pull his hand up. The night clothes on his body had been torn in many places. The wound on his chest looked particularly ferocious even in the night. After getting up, Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "It's not a big deal. I'm afraid that I can't use this night clothes." After hearing Zi-Chen's words, Xiao Jin breathed a sigh of relief and said, "These are all small things. As long as he's fine, it's fine." Xiang Xian walked over and looked at Zi-Chen with a rare expression. She said in a low voice, "Zi-Chen, thank you very much this time. If it weren't for you this time, I—" Zi-Chen interrupted Xiang Xian's words and said indifferently, "Don't be so polite. We're all on a mission together. It's only right that we help each other. But Xiang Xian, your ability surprised me." After wiping the blood off his face, Zi-Chen sat down next to her. The previous battle seemed very short, but in this short battle, Zi-Chen had consumed a lot of energy. At this moment, he was very tired. However, the growth he had made during this period of forging was perfectly displayed through this battle. Whether it was his strength or speed, they had all increased by a lot. His strength was even stronger than Tang Pu's puppet black bear. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy one of the two-headed tiger's heads so easily. "Zi-Chen, your scabbard." Xiang Xian walked over from the side, holding the scabbard that had just flown out. Looking at the scabbard that was still intact, she asked curiously, "What material is your scabbard made of? Is it sacred black crystal? It's actually so tough." Just now, the two-headed tiger kept biting the scabbard, but it didn't leave any marks on the scabbard. Compared to the weapons of Xiao Jin and the others, the quality of the scabbard was much better. This was because their weapons were either chipped or cracked. The damage was very serious. "I got it by accident. I don't know what it was made of." Zi-Chen took the scabbard and smiled. The origin of the broken sword was extraordinary. It should be one of the strongest sacred weapons on this life star. He had concealed it from Xiang Xian. In fact, the main reason was that Xiang Xian had just mentioned it. If he had to explain it, he was afraid that he couldn't explain it in just a few sentences. Thus, he had just said a few words. Xiang Xian didn't ask further. "I haven't been here for a month, and this two-headed tiger has become even stronger. Luckily, Zi-Chen came with us. Otherwise, I'm afraid we would have died here." Xiao Jin, who was standing guard for Zichen, recalled the previous battle and felt his heart palpitate. Indeed, according to the fighting competence of the two-headed tiger, I'm afraid it's equal to a second-level pseudo-divine beast. This time we miscalculated. We didn't check carefully. We didn't notice that the two-headed tiger had suddenly leveled up. Xiao Qi walked over, sighing. They felt lucky that Zichen had come this time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Not only would Xiang Xian be in danger, but the three of them wouldn't be able to escape death. Tang Pu's mechanical puppet carried the two-headed tiger, walking towards them. The battle was over. Everybody should leave now. Zichen, who was sitting on the ground to rest and applying healing medicine to his wounds, suddenly lifted his head. His calm eyes were filled with coldness as he said in a low voice, "Don't hide. Come out." Zichen's words made the other four bewildered. They all looked in a certain direction, but they didn't see anything. Chapter 2492. Thunderous. Following Zichen's gaze, the four of them didn't see anyone else, and they were slightly stunned. But after seeing Zichen's serious expression, their faces suddenly changed, and when they looked in that direction again, they were full of vigilance. The four of them quickly moved and protected Zichen. In such a dark night, it seemed that it was difficult to find traces of other people, and the possibility of the previous battle attracting other people was not very high. However, the possibility of attracting other pseudo-divine beasts was very high, and under normal circumstances, these pseudo-divine beasts were very powerful. The four of them no longer looked in that direction, but were on guard. This kind of situation had happened many times in their hunting career, and every time there would be a fierce battle. Fortunately, this time they didn't suffer too much damage, and they should be able to deal with unexpected situations. Zichen didn't know what the four of them were thinking, and he didn't have time to care. At this moment, his eyes were fixed on a certain direction, just like when he sensed the green snake that bit Huate Tangmi. Zichen was certain that there was someone there, definitely a person. "Since you're here, come out. Is it a scoundrel who can't see the light?" Zichen spoke again, his tone cold. Xiao Qi looked back at Zichen, ready to stop him and tell him that this situation was not necessarily a person. But after seeing Zichen's determined eyes, he swallowed the words he was about to say, and he had absolute trust in Zichen at this moment. A somewhat cold laugh suddenly sounded in the dark night, and it was in the direction Zichen was looking. A black shadow flashed there, and a figure wearing night clothes appeared, and it was impossible to tell whether it was a man or a woman. "You're quite vigilant." A man's voice came from the mouth of the black shadow, and the black shadow walked over. And behind the black shadow, there was still a shadow flashing. "It's you, Longman." The moment she heard this voice, Xiang Xian's face changed, and she cried out involuntarily. Xiao Qi and Xiao Jin's faces also became very ugly. Tang Pu was hiding in the mechanical black bear, so no one could see the change in his expression, but it was probably not good. "You know each other?" Zichen frowned. This was somewhat different from some of his guesses. To be able to recognize the other party just by hearing his voice, it was clear that the two of them were very familiar with one another. There were two types of situations. One was a friend, and the other was an enemy or a potential enemy. In Soe Town, it's hard not to know him. We are in trouble. This guy is a level 2 hunter. Xiao Qi smiled bitterly and said in a low voice, "Level 2 hunter? Hunters have different levels?" Zichen asked in surprise. "Hunters have different strengths and weaknesses because of their abilities. Take the four of us, for example. We are the best of the best among the first-level hunters, but there is still a gap between us and the second-level hunters." Xiao Qi continued to speak in a low voice. A level 2 hunter's ability is equivalent to a second transformation. It's very powerful. In the entire Hui town, there were no more than 10 level 2 hunters, and the one in front of us is Longman, who excels in strength. His combat power and defense are both ridiculously strong. How strong? Zichen asked. He can kill the twin-headed tiger with his bare hands by himself. Hearing Xiao Qi's explanation, Zichen realized that he knew too little about the ability users in this world. His understanding of this mysterious world was still too low. You guys have a grudge? Judging from the Four's reaction, the relationship between the two parties was not good, so Zichen asked. Actually, it's not much of a grudge. He created a force and wanted to invite the four of us to join, but we didn't agree. The reason why we refused was because of him. Besides that, he had some thoughts about Xiangxian and tried to do something bad. In a world where life and death were determined by fate, such a reason was enough to cause a grudge. It was reasonable for the four of them to be so nervous and afraid. A level 2 hunter was obviously much stronger than the four of them. Moreover, the other party did not come alone. There were some people following behind him. It could be said that they did not come with good intentions. As expected of a level 4 demon hunter, you can even kill a level 2 twin-headed tiger. Unfortunately, we have been eyeing it for a long time. I didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. The black shadow stopped a dozen meters away from the four of them. Behind him, there were shadows. It was the other people who were closing in on them. If you want this twin-headed tiger, I'll give it to you. Xiao Qi looked at the figure still shrouded in night clothes and said, Hee hee, you're generous. With a chuckle, Longman took off his night suit, revealing a face that still made people feel very gloomy even in the dark night. Longman, we've always minded our own business. What do you want today? Tang Pu took a step forward and blocked in front of Xiao Qi with his huge body. Longman glanced at Tang Pu and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He said, You stupid bear, what right do you have to stand in front of me and talk? You. Tang Pu's eyes flashed coldly. If you want to die, I can accompany you at any time. Just look at the bear skin you're wearing now. I guarantee that I can break it with one hit. Longman said coldly. Xiao Qi pulled Tang Pu's arm and motioned for him to step back. He looked at Longman and said, What do you want? As expected of the person I thought highly of. Speaking of which, if you guys followed me and had my resources, the four of you should have advanced to level 2 long ago, right? It's a pity that such good talent is wasted just like that. Longman turned his head and looked at Xiangxian. A glint flashed in his eyes. He said, Xiangxian, you made the wrong choice by following them. At this moment, Zichen looked at Xiangxian's side profile and could see the anger on her face. However, Xiangxian didn't get angry. From this, it could be seen that she was really afraid of Longman. At the same time, it also proved that Longman was strong. Longman, I don't think we have any grudges. Usually, when we see you guys, the four of us will take a detour. If you really came for the twin-headed tiger, then we'll give it to you. Xiao Qi looked at Longman, who didn't answer the question, and said, If there's nothing else, we'll be leaving. Longman chuckled and said, Do you think it's possible to leave? Then what do you want? When the four of them heard this, their hearts clearly tightened. At the same time, they took a step back. Even at this time, they still didn't forget to protect the injured Zichen behind them. Originally, we wanted to kill the twin-headed tiger, but we didn't expect you guys to beat us to it. Today, we'll take the twin-headed tiger away, but you guys have to make a choice. What choice? A choice between life and death. Join us and become a member of our Longman team. Death is rejection. Today, we'll fight to determine life and death. Longman's words were cold and firm. His meaning was very clear. Today, there were only two choices, and one of them had to be chosen. The four of them looked at each other. They all knew what kind of person Longman was. If they could join his team, they would have done so long ago. However, this person was not worthy of their trust. A cold light flashed in Longman's eyes. The flashing shadows were approaching and had already surrounded the five of them. From the looks of it, they would die if they didn't choose. Xiao Qi turned to look at the few of them, then looked at Ziqin. She seemed to be in a difficult position. "I'll join you. Let them go." Xiang Xian, who had been silent at the side, suddenly spoke. "Xiang Xian, you?" Xiao Qi and the others looked back at Xiang Xian in shock. Xiang Xian pursed her lips and didn't speak. She stared at Longman with firm eyes, waiting for his reply. "Xiang Xian, if you want to join us, of course we welcome you. But I'm sorry. Today, all of you have to make a choice. Either you live or you die." Longman stared into Xiang Xian's eyes and said, "Of course, you can also choose to live and die with them. However, I can't bear to kill you. If you make the wrong choice, I'll make you suffer more." Ziqin, who had been sitting cross-legged, stood up. The wound on his chest had been smeared with medicine, and the injury was slowly recovering. After standing up, he glanced around, and his gaze finally fell on Longman. The latter was standing there proudly. His expression seemed to tell everyone that they had become turtles in a jar. However, no matter how disdainful and calm the other party's expression was, it was still difficult to hide the murderous intent in his heart. Just when the four of them didn't know what to do, Ziqin suddenly spoke. "Then let's cut the crap and have a battle of life and death." This time, not only was Longman stunned, even Xiao Qi and the others looked at Ziqin in shock. "Who are you? Do you have the right to speak here?" Longman looked at Ziqin and said with dissatisfaction, a cold light flashing in his gloomy eyes, "You're hiding in the dark, like a turtle. How can you not know who I am? After watching the battle just now, do you think I have the right to speak to you?" Ziqin responded sarcastically. "How dare you?" Longman shouted angrily. His eyes narrowed and flashed with murderous intent. "Stop acting in front of me. Your target is only me. I'll stay." "They can go." Under the stunned expressions of the others, Ziqin said indifferently, "Or your original intention was to silence them to prevent the news from leaking." "Ziqin, what's going on? You don't know Longman, right? Why does he want to kill you?" Xiang Xian and the others looked at Ziqin in confusion. "I really don't know him, but only he should know why he wants to kill me." Ziqin said to the gloomy Longman, "If your target is only me, then let them go." "How can you tell?" Longman looked at Ziqin and asked, "Is it difficult? There's no deep hatred between you. As for the excuse of the double-headed tiger, it's too forced. You insist on letting the four of them make the choice of life and death because you're worried that we'll join forces. I believe that your intention is to silence them, and your ultimate goal will be to kill everyone, including Xiang Xian." The expressions of the four changed again, but Longman smiled coldly and said, "You're smart. In this case, it seems that I wasn't too cautious when I was so careful to target you. You're courting death." Tom was furious when he heard this and rushed towards Longman. Chapter 2493. See understudy. In just a few words, Ziqin had clarified the matter, and Longman's straightforward agreement caught the four of them off guard. Advertisement: unlike Ziqin, the four of them had lived in Soe town for a long time, so they knew Longman's methods very well. If the other party was really here to kill today, then no one would be able to leave alive. They had all witnessed Longman's strength, which was also the reason why they usually didn't deal with Longman and his team. Usually they would avoid them if they could, but today they couldn't avoid them. In the face of the life and death pressure brought by such a powerhouse, they would either be crushed by this pressure or explode under the pressure. For the current Tang Pu, it was clear that the latter was the case. He had erupted. This explosion came a little too fast, or rather, it was an explosion without any warning. Under this pressure, he simply didn't want to be killed by Longman. It could be said that impulse drowned out reason. Therefore, he rushed directly towards Longman. When his strong body moved forward, it brought with it a strong wind. One could see the speed of this attack. As he moved forward, his claws slapped towards Longman's head with a whistling sound. This was power. Tang Pu! Xiao Qi and the others obviously didn't expect Tang Pu's sudden strength. They only had time to let out a cry of surprise before Tang Pu was already in front of Longman. Longman stood there and didn't dodge. Instead, he looked at the attack with the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and a disdainful sneer appeared. A strong wind whistled. Seeing that the claw was about to tear his head apart, Longman took a step to the side. After dodging the attack, he slapped Tang Pu's chest. Bang! With a loud bang, Tang Pu's body trembled, and all the power he used to move forward was dissolved. Then, a huge force sent his body flying backward. While flying backwards, objects fell from the sky one after another, making crackling sounds. Xiaoqi and Xiaojin worked together to block the flying Tang Pu. When they put him on the ground, the mechanical bear on his body had completely fallen apart, and a pale Tang Pu appeared from it. A mouthful of blood suddenly spat out, and Tang Pu's aura clearly became weak. With just one palm, he destroyed the mechanical bear and injured Tang Pu. It was hard to imagine if Longman would have killed Tang Pu without this mechanical black bear. This scene was clearly witnessed by Ziqin, and his expression gradually turned solemn. He didn't know much about Longman, nor did he know how powerful a level 2 hunter was. However, the palm strike just now made him realize how powerful Longman was. It also made him realize the gap between them. Advertisement, if it had been him, Ziqin would have been able to do the same thing with his extreme speed. However, it was impossible for him to destroy the mechanical marionette with a single palm strike. Furthermore, he still needed to use extreme speed, but the other party simply dodged and achieved the effect of his extreme speed. Then, with a simple palm strike, the mechanical marionette was already crippled. Ziqin knew that he couldn't do that. Not only was there a gap between the two of them, but it was also not small. Ziqin looked at Longman, who was also looking at Ziqin. Neither of them said a word. Just as the corner of Longman's mouth curled into a mocking smile, Ziqin unsheathed the broken saber in his hand and rushed forward. As he rushed forward, Ziqin's speed became faster and faster. When he was in front of Longman, his speed was almost at its limit. Swoosh! A black light flashed, and the broken saber slashed directly at Longman's head. Longman stood still, but his right hand reached forward in an instant, grabbing Ziqin's wrist with the saber. Swoosh! Just as Longman's hand was about to touch Ziqin's wrist, Ziqin's wrist turned instantly and skillfully avoided the grab. Then, the broken saber slashed horizontally at Longman's abdomen. Longman's hand was like a snake, changing direction in mid-air and grabbing Ziqin's wrist again. The two of them kept changing the direction of their attacks in such a short distance. There were several brief exchanges during this period, but they were all separated as soon as they made contact. Swoosh! After a few exchanges, Ziqin's figure flashed and appeared on Longman's side without warning. The broken saber in his hand swept directly at Longman's neck. Longman cleverly took half a step back and turned his body with the help of the force. His palm touched the broken saber, causing the saber to change direction. This attack had the intention of using 4 tails to overcome 1,000 caddies, causing Ziqin's figure to stagger a little. Swoosh! Before his body was completely weightless, Ziqin began the second flash. He changed direction again and took the initiative to attack after changing direction. There was no more verbal communication between the two of them. There was only the constant confrontation between the palm and the blade. Xiaoqi and the other 3 looked at the field in a daze. Ziqin, who seemed to be tied with Longman for the time being, seemed to be on par with him. Their eyes were filled with shock. They never thought that Ziqin would have such means. Without Longman's order, those people had been hiding in the dark and did not attack the 4 of them. They were also looking at the 2 of them fighting at the moment. Their eyes revealed surprise at Ziqin's combat strength at the moment. Swoosh! 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 Ziqin's figure flashed 9 times in a row, perfectly displaying the extreme speed of the 9 passing thunderbolts. The last few changes of his figure made Zichen look like a black shadow wandering around Longman. With the last flash, Zichen's figure appeared 3 meters away. His figure stopped there, with his back to Longman. The broken saber was raised to the sky, and a piece of broken black cloth fell down along the blade. This was the most damage Zichen could do to Longman after using the 9 passing thunderbolts. However, it only broke the corner of his opponent's night clothes. Sweat dripped down from his forehead, wetting the previous wound, and waves of stinging pain came. When the people around saw the corner of his clothes falling to the ground, their faces were filled with shock. It was unbelievable to be able to make Longman suffer such a loss in a single exchange. Xiao, Qi, and the other 3 also widened their eyes. They, who were originally in despair, seemed to have seen the hope of defeating Longman at this moment. After personally fighting with Longman, Zichen had a clear understanding of level 2 hunters. He also had a clear understanding of Longman's strength. Under the situation where the other party did not know his background, he had used his bare hands to block the attack of his broken saber. At the same time, he had also dodged his extremely fast attack with the help of the 9 passing lightning. This was already very impressive. In this exchange, it seemed that Zichen had the upper hand. In fact, Zichen knew very well that if he could not kill his opponent, he would lose. Next, he would lose all the initiative against Longman. Not bad speed. Is this your awakened ability? Longman lowered his head and glanced at the torn corner of his clothes. He said indifferently, "Your speed performance is over. Isn't it time to see my speed?" With that, Longman turned around and rushed toward Zichen, whose back was facing him. As he charged forward, his figure changed constantly, leaving behind afterimages on the spot where he stood. His speed was very fast. At least, he was not slower than Zichen from before. Zichen's feet flashed, and the 9 passing thunderbolts appeared again. "You're too slow." However, as soon as the first flash appeared, Longman's voice sounded in his ears. Then, an attack went straight towards Zichen. Zichen's expression changed slightly. His figure flashed again. Facing such an attack, he could not block it at all when he had lost the initiative. If he rashly collided with such an attack without Tangpu's defense, he would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. His figure kept flashing. In the eyes of the people in the distance, it was like a ray of light flying past. And in that ray of light, Longman had already split into dozens of clones, constantly colliding with this ray of light. The 9 passing thunderbolts was known as the ultimate 9 flashes. After flashing 9 times, there would be a pause. Under normal circumstances, the ultimate 9 flashes could kill all those of the same level in an instant. But now, in the case of the difference in speed between the 2 sides, the ultimate 9 flashes could only save Zichen's life. Pa! At the last flash, Zichen's figure was finally blocked by Longman. He struck at Zichen with his palm. Zichen dodged in an instant, but a small part of the force still landed on his shoulder. His body flew out just like that. During this time, he could hear the sound of his bones breaking. After 2 sounds, Zichen guessed that 2 of his ribs were broken. He coughed up blood in midair. After his body landed, he took more than 10 steps back before he could stabilize himself. After stabilizing his body, Zichen covered his shoulder with his left hand and held the broken saber tightly in his right hand. As for the scabbard, he had already thrown it away. The result of this confrontation was obvious. The hope in the eyes of Xiao Qi and the others was shattered. Looking at Zichen, who was coughing up blood, their faces were full of worry and they were about to step forward. Zichen held the broken saber in his hand and said, "Don't come over, I'm fine." The 4 people stopped and looked at Zichen worriedly. Longman's mouth twitched, but in the end he sneered, "If you hadn't fought with the 2-headed tiger, you would indeed have the qualifications to fight me with your extreme speed." Unfortunately, you were injured before, so your speed is much slower than mine." Looking at Longman's expression of shaking his head, it could be seen that he was implying that he didn't have a chance. "I still want to try again." Zi Chen's figure slowly straightened up and put down his left hand. He didn't even frown when the stinging pain came from his body. He pointed the broken saber at Longman in front of him. He only had eyes for Longman, and a blazing light burst out from his eyes. It was a desire for battle. Zi Chen's fighting spirit at this moment surprised Longman. This kind of person who liked to fight was very dangerous in this world, especially those who didn't have much ability, because in this world there were miracles. Maybe some kind of miracle would erupt in a moment of crisis. Longman didn't want to give the other party such a chance and didn't want any accidents to happen. So when he saw Zi Chen's fighting spirit rising, he smiled disdainfully, then gently waved his hand and said, "Kill him." The only way to prevent this kind of situation from happening was to chop the other party to death while besieging. The shadows that had been waiting for a long time immediately abandoned the four people and rushed toward Zi Chen. Zi Chen, whose fighting spirit was rising, saw these people coming and couldn't help but reach for his waist. Xiao Qi and the other three covered their noses and retreated a distance, beginning to worry about Zi Chen, who was in the poison mist. They thought that they could turn things around with confidence, but who knew that it would turn out like this? After so many twists and turns, they didn't know if Zi Chen could still resolve the crisis. Puff! At this moment, such a sound rang out in the poison mist. This was obviously the sound of a weapon cutting through, but they didn't know who had broken whose defense. Puff! Then, another soft sound rang out. The poison mist was still spreading, and no one could see what was happening in the poison mist. Even the people in the poison mist couldn't see the things around them clearly. Although they couldn't see the surroundings clearly, it was still very easy for these aptitude users to see and kill a person. All the aptitude users who entered the poison mist had a specially configured detoxification pill in their mouth. They came forward to kill Zi Chen, and also to let Zi Chen release the tricolor poison mist. However, the scene in front of them seemed to be different from what they expected. Just as they swallowed the detoxification pill and ignored the tricolor poison mist, Zi Chen disappeared from their sight. "Over there!" Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out, and everyone saw a black shadow flash from somewhere, bringing with it a strong wind that blew away some of the tricolor poison mist. Everyone rushed forward in an instant, but just a few steps forward, they heard a puff sound. "How is it? Did you kill him?" In the tricolor poison mist, such a voice rang out. After that, there was silence, which obviously meant no. "Over there!" Another voice rang out, followed by the sound of a weapon tearing through the space. Puff! During this time, another clear sound rang out, followed by a bang sound, which should be the sound of a dead person's body hitting the ground. "Who did it? Who is it?" A questioning voice rang out from the tricolor poison mist, but this time no one answered. Puff! 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 This time there were 3 such voices coming from inside, followed by the sound of 3 people collapsing. Outside, listening to these sounds, Longman, who had a very calm expression, suddenly frowned. It seemed that the development of the matter was somewhat beyond his expectations, and the nervous 4 people couldn't help but feel happy when they heard such a sound. "What's going on? Quickly kill him." Longman, who was a little impatient from waiting, said in a deep voice. What answered him was 2 puff, puff sounds. The tricolor poison mist didn't disperse, and no one knew what was happening inside. At this moment, Zi Chan was standing in the poison mist, staring at the poison mist as if he could see through this poison mist. Swoosh! A long sword pierced through the poison mist and stabbed towards Zi Chen's back. Zi Chen's figure flashed like a ghost, and in an instant he circled around and appeared behind the person, holding the sword, and the broken sword in his hand swept across the person's neck. The ability user's eyes were wide open, and he fell down just like that. If one were to examine the corpses now, they would find that the way they died seemed to be very similar. Everyone's eyes were wide open, as if they had seen a ghost before they died, and they died with grievances. When an ability user was making his way through the poisonous fog, he saw the corpses at his feet one after another. His mood became heavy. Cold sweat almost drenched his entire body. He listened to the popping sounds that came from time to time, thinking about his companions falling one after another. The pressure on him became extremely great. Every step he took was difficult. Suddenly, a scream came out from the tricolor poison mist. This should be the first scream since the poison mist appeared. After this scream, there were no other sounds, which made the ability user more and more frightened. At this moment, the pressure of death overcame his fear of Longman, and he no longer thought about Longman's order, turned around, and prepared to escape. At this moment, he felt a strong wind blowing, and then saw a pair of cold eyes in front of him, staring at him. "Go to hell!" He shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. Swoosh! The broken sword cut through a cloud of tricolor poison mist, but there was no sound of cutting. The pair of eyes disappeared, and the ability user took a few steps back in fear. At this moment, not far from him, the sound of a weapon breaking rang out, and another ability user died. Death was so close to him, but he couldn't even see the enemy's shadow. The ability user almost collapsed, and he couldn't care about anything else. He rushed forward, wanting to rush out of the poison mist. However, when he was about to reach the edge of the poison mist, he saw the pair of eyes looking directly at him again. He was frightened, and when he swung his sword, he also nervously retreated, and the long sword in his hand kept slashing. A large area of tricolor poison mist was cut apart, but Zi Chen's figure was still nowhere to be seen. In another direction, another companion fell. Just like this, the ability user rushed out 4 times, but he didn't succeed. Every time he met the pair of eyes, he was frightened and retreated in fear. In the 4 times he rushed out, 4 of his companions were killed. As time passed, the tricolor poison mist gradually began to dissipate, and the ability user became more and more frightened. When he met the pair of eyes for the 5th time, his whole person completely collapsed. "Go to hell! Go to hell! Go to hell!" He kept roaring, and the long sword in his hand slashed forward. It was a series of random slashes, without the slightest pattern, and just as he was slashing wildly, a person stood behind him, quietly watching him. This person's clothes were tattered, and his body was covered in blood. His face was very clean, and he looked young and handsome. Behind him, on his back, there were pairs of wings. There were a total of 5 pairs of wings, and they were gently flapping. After slashing wildly, the ability user seemed to have noticed that there was something unusual behind him. He put away his sword and slowly turned his head, and saw the face that still looked somewhat handsome in the dark night. "You." The ability user saw Zichen, and his expression instantly became ferocious. The long sword in his hand was raised, and he was about to slash at Zichen. A flash of black sword light was first aimed at the opponent's neck. Before he died, the ability user saw the indifferent expression on Zichen's face and the wings that appeared behind him. The moment his life force dissipated, he seemed to see Zichen using these wings to appear in front of him several times, scaring him off several times. Then Zichen quickly went to the other companions and killed them who also wanted to escape from the tricolor poison mist. What happened before was not an illusion, but an illusion created by his eyes due to the opponent's speed. This speed was undoubtedly much faster than a rank, 2 Longmen. The tricolor poison mist finally dissipated, and only Zichen was still standing. Around him, the people who rushed up previously had all turned into corpses and collapsed. Chapter 2495. The scene of the three-colored poison mist dissipating was somewhat unbearable to watch. Of course, this was for Longman. Looking at Ziqin, who was still alive and doing well, his expression became very gloomy. In contrast to Longman, the eyes of Xiangxian and the others began to light up when they saw the scene, and they became very excited. The original impossibility seemed to have become a possibility at this moment. "How did you do it?" Longman, with a gloomy face, looked at Ziqin and asked in a deep voice. He was not the only one who wanted to know the answer to this question. Xiangxian and the others also wanted to know the answer. These people had detoxification pills, and the three-colored poison mist was ineffective against them. So how did Ziqin kill them? You'll know later. Ziqin held the broken saber and walked forward step by step. The heavenly thunder wings that appeared on his back earlier had disappeared when the three-colored poison mist dissipated. Longman's heart was bleeding as she looked at Ziqin, who was walking towards her, and the people who had fallen. Although he would get a generous reward as long as he killed Ziqin, and even the rewards of these dead people would belong to him, compared to the loss of these people, those rewards could not make up for it. These people could die at any time, and they could die at any time. However, this was only if he wanted them to die. But now, it was obviously not the time for them to seek the greatest benefit for him at the cost of their lives. In his eyes, killing intent burst out. No matter the result of today's deal, he would lose. Ziqin moved forward slowly, adjusting his breath as he moved forward. He had just used the heavenly thunder wings to kill so many people, and he had consumed a lot of energy. As he moved forward, his breathing gradually adjusted. The continuous battles made his head gradually swell, as if something was about to rush out, making him feel a little uncomfortable. Now that he was facing a strong enemy, Longman, he could only dispel this discomfort and kill Longman first. Xiangxian and the others also came in this direction. Judging from their expressions, it seemed that they wanted to join forces with Ziqin to fight against Longman. "All of you back off. I'll fight this battle myself." Ziqin, who was moving forward, said in a deep voice. His tone was indisputable. He had a deep understanding of Longman's strength. If these people rashly went forward, they would only be courting death. The four of them didn't stop. At this moment, they displayed an extremely strong will to fight. They showed that they weren't afraid of death because they knew very well that only by working together would they have a chance to survive. Seeing that the four of them did not stop, Ziqin could only speed up. His footsteps changed, and 9 fleeting thunderbolts appeared once more. Due to his injuries, his speed was slightly slower than before. Seeing Ziqin in this state, Langman smiled coldly and rushed toward Ziqin. He clenched his fist and punched Ziqin's head. "Please go here to read a book." From the point of view of Xiangxian and the others, one of them was like a ray of light while the other was like an afterimage, rapidly approaching each other. In the next moment they would collide. Buzz. However, just as the two were about to collide, Ziqin's body suddenly shone with an intense light. The light illuminated the dark night, and Ziqin's figure paused for a moment in the light. Then he accelerated in an instant. His speed was several times faster than before. Puff! With a soft sound, Ziqin, who had turned into a ray of light, arrived behind Langman, who was leaving afterimages, stabilized his body after taking a few steps forward. Xiangxian and the other 3 were stunned by this sudden scene. They subconsciously stopped in their tracks, and then their gazes turned toward Ziqin. In front of them, Ziqin stood with his back facing Langman. This time, however, there were pairs of wings on his back. On those wings, there would occasionally be flashes of light, and the light was swimming like electric snakes. Such a strange pair of wings appeared on Ziqin's body, which surprised the 4 of them. Moreover, the speed that Ziqin burst out in an instant just now was indeed ridiculously fast. Their gazes shifted and fell on Langman. They saw that Lang Man's night clothes had been completely cut in the middle. There was a long knife mark on his chest, and blood was flowing along the knife mark. The most surprising thing was Lang Man's right hand, which was the hand that he had clenched into a fist just now. Now only his arm was left. His fist was cut off from the wrist and fell to the place where the two of them had just touched. Obviously, this was the effect of Zi-Chen's slash. Lang Man's right hand had neutralized too much of the slash's power. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be the knife mark on his chest, but his entire body would have been cut open by the broken knife. After advancing to a second-level hunter, not only would one's strength increase a lot, but one's body would also become stronger. In this confrontation, Lang Man lost his right hand, and Zi-Chen had the upper hand with an absolute advantage. His chances of winning were much higher. Xiang Xian and the others also noticed this, which was why they didn't continue to move forward. After losing an arm, Longman wasn't as angry as Linley had imagined, nor did he show a look of exasperation and hysteria. Even the murderous intent in his eyes was disappearing bit by bit. However, his gaze became colder and colder, and there was still a sense of calmness in it. Zi-Chen's change today was far beyond his expectations. He knew that this would be a difficult battle, and he couldn't be careless at all. He slowly turned around, ignoring the bleeding arm and the wound. He looked at Zi-Chen and said, "You should be proud to be able to force me to this extent." Zi-Chen turned around. After seeing Lang Man's calm expression at this moment, he became even more fearful of him. He held his sword in front of him and didn't say a word. Even a powerful second-level hunter would still die from excessive blood loss in this world. He wouldn't give Lang Man time to heal, so the longer this dragged on, the more powerful it would be for him. He could even conclude that Lang Man's death was a foregone conclusion. What he needed to do now was to guard against Lang Man's counterattack before his death. Without needing Zi-Chen's signal, Xiang Xian and the others who had been on the battlefield for a long time began to retreat tactfully. With Zi-Chen's speed, he was already in an invincible position. Lang Man, who was about to counterattack before his death, would most likely drag them down with him. Zi-Chen didn't say a word. The thunder wings on his back were trembling slightly, guarding against any changes that might occur at any time. Lang Man's left hand tore off the rest of the night clothes on his body. He then placed it on his waist and pulled out a sword from it. It was a flexible sword that was completely wrapped around his waist. This kind of sword was rare in this world. The sword's body was as agile as a snake, reflecting a cold light in the dark night. "I don't have much time left, but you're not any better. You've used up a lot of your energy in the battle with the two-headed tiger, and you've spent too much energy in the three-colored poison fog. That attack just now should be the strongest power and speed you can unleash, right?" Blood gushed out from his body. Lang Man's words were still calm, but his expression was still calm. "That's right. I'm not in a good condition, but killing you is not a problem." Zi-Chen replied in a deep voice. There was no point in hiding in this kind of life-or-death situation. "Then come at me." Lang Man began to charge forward. As a second-level hunter, he fully unleashed his speed and potential at this moment. He left more afterimages as he charged forward, and his speed was much faster than before. Zi-Chen didn't choose to dodge. Facing Lang Man in this state, dodging would only make him more passive. Now he could only keep charging forward and block Lang Man's desperate attacks. Swoosh! The heavenly thunder wings flapped, and Zi-Chen displayed his extreme speed once again. However, the continuous consumption and the worsening injuries caused his extreme speed to be greatly reduced at this moment. He couldn't even compare to Lang Man's speed, which had overdrawn his life force. Clang! In this extremely fast exchange, the sword and saber met, and there was a sound of vibration. Zi-Chen didn't feel a strong force coming from the flexible sword. Instead, he saw the flexible sword wrapped around the saber like a poisonous snake, and then extended toward his arm. Puff! The tip of the sword instantly pierced Zichen's arm. It was like being bitten by a poisonous snake. Zichen's arm that was holding the broken saber exerted force, and his body began to retreat. The flexible sword was unraveled layer by layer, and Lang Man charged forward again. At a speed faster than Zichen, he arrived in front of Zichen and stabbed the sword at Zichen's heart. This time, the flexible sword no longer trembled, and it was as straight as a spear. Zichen's body bent backward, and the flexible sword brushed past his face. Just as he was about to dodge the attack, he saw the tip of the sword suddenly tremble again, and it slanted downward, going straight for his glabella. Swoosh! The thunder wings flapped, and Zichen rolled to the side, ready to dodge the fatal attack. However, his speed was slower than the tip of the sword. Just as his glabella was about to be pierced by the tip of the sword suddenly paused, allowing Zichen to dodge it. In the distance, Xiang Xian's bright eyes instantly dimmed. Then, she coughed out blood as she suffered a backlash. Her vision turned black, and she fainted. Damn it! The calm Lang Man's eyes flashed with anger when he saw his sure-kill attack being resolved just like that. After dodging the attack with Xiang Xian's help, just as Zichen stood up, he saw a kick at his chest. The powerful force instantly snapped several of Zichen's ribs, and his body flew backward. With his ribs broken and his organs shaken, Zichen coughed out blood again. At that moment, his entire body was in pain, but the most painful part wasn't his injuries, but his head. This was also the main reason why his speed, which was known as the fastest in the world, was so suppressed. Otherwise, his speed wouldn't be so weak. The pain caused Zichen to be unable to fight with all his strength. After his body fell to the ground, he held his head and spun a few times before rolling away. As a level 2 hunter, Lang Man's observation skills were extremely sharp. He had already noticed that Zichen's current condition wasn't right. This was definitely the best opportunity to kill Zichen. Hence, he charged forward without hesitation, slashing down with his sword again and again. The wounds on Zichen's body increased, and his headache became more intense, making it impossible for him to concentrate. Uft. Sword marks appeared on Zichen's body. If it wasn't for his extreme speed, he would have been killed by the flexible sword. Damn it, what the hell is this? Are you trying to kill me? Holding his head, Zichen, who could only dodge, cursed angrily. This kind of pain had reached the limit. If it wasn't for the fact that he was on a battlefield of life and death, Zichen would have fainted long ago. The crisis of death was still there, and Zichen didn't dare to faint. He didn't know if it was because of his cursing, or if the pain had reached its limit, but after the intense pain, the pain dissipated like a tide. Zichen's sensory world had an obvious change at this moment. Chapter 2496. Thunderous. The world of the past was a blur to Zichen. He could only vaguely sense some sort of danger. However, after the intense pain, Zichen's perception of the world became clear. It was as if there were many sensory tentacles extending from his mind, feeding back everything they sensed into his mind. In Zichen's mind, another three-dimensional image was formed. For example, right now, he could sense that the sword was heading straight for his head. This sword seemed to be very fast to the outside world, but in Zichen's perception, this sword seemed to have a trace to follow. With a thought, he dodged the attack. Unlike before, when Zichen was dodging, he didn't need to use his eyes to see. Then, Longman quickly thrusted his sword again. Zichen still didn't use his eyes to see, but he easily dodged the attack. His perception of the world had changed. It seemed as if his body had also undergone an indescribable change. Even though he was seriously injured, his reaction was still very fast. The current situation was very strange. Although he could see everything around him without using his eyes, It was similar to having spiritual thoughts and spiritual power in the outside world. However, in this world, this was a kind of awakening ability. It didn't come from cultivation techniques, but from Zi Chen's own soul. As a perfect soul, he had finally awakened this ability thanks to the nourishment of a sacred source fluid. The awakened ability didn't just allow him to sense his surroundings. It also seemed to allow him to control things. This feeling of control seemed to be telling Zi Chen that he had to choose something to control. Zi Chen tried to control other things around him that he could sense, such as the parts left behind by the mechanical black bear or the sharp flowers and plants. However, he realized that it was useless. Controlling the broken blade was also useless. The heavenly thunder wings didn't require any control either. At the moment, this ability seemed superfluous. Longman's attack was still ongoing. As his life force drained away, he became even more desperate. This was a true battle to the death. It was a true challenge to the limits. At this moment, even Zi Chen, who had undergone some sort of metamorphosis, found it increasingly difficult to dodge. Now he only had two choices. One was to quickly find a way to break the situation, and the other was to persevere until Longman fell first. The latter was not very reliable, but the former seemed to be possible after Zi Chen suddenly awakened his ability. Quick update: the website is refreshing and has few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. You must give it a good review. Thoughts related to control kept appearing in his mind. Just as Zi Chen didn't know what to control to break out of this situation, something suddenly appeared in Zi Chen's mind. When this thing appeared, Zi Chen felt as if a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Although he didn't know what to control, Zi Chen instantly understood what he had to do. It was as if he was supposed to control this thing after awakening this ability. As he retreated, Zi Chen's eyes regained their clarity. He looked at Longman, who was gradually going crazy. He threw away the broken sword in his hand and slowly extended his right hand. Judging from this action, he seemed to be asking for something from the charging Longman. A bright light appeared in Zi Chen's palm and turned into a small knife. The knife was smaller than a palm and as thin as a cicada's wing. When it appeared, it radiated light in all directions. However, after it completely appeared, it returned to its simple and unadorned state. The four people who were watching the battle from afar were surprised to see this scene. First, it was the strange wings, and now it was the strange knife. They were very curious about how many other strange things Zi Chen had. Longman also saw Zi Chen abandon the broken blade and take out such a small knife. However, he didn't have much life force left, so he didn't have time to think carefully. Hence, he rushed forward without hesitation in an attempt to kill Zi Chen directly. The four people in the distance stared intently at the knife in Zi Chen's hand. They were all speculating whether this knife could change Zi Chen's current situation. Under their gaze, Zi Chen pinched the knife in his hand with his fingers, exerted force with his wrist, and threw the knife at Longman. The knife was very fast, and it moved forward with a swoosh. However, it brushed past Longman's cheek and failed to kill him. It's over. Seeing this scene, the four people sighed in disappointment and threw away the big knife. The small knife failed to kill the enemy, and Zi Chen had retreated to a huge rock. There was no way out. Now, even if they wanted to rescue him, it was too late. They could only mourn for Zi Chen in their hearts and pray for a miracle. Go to hell! Longman rushed to the side of Zi Chen, who had nowhere to retreat. Without any nonsense, he straightened the flexible sword in his hand and directly thrust it at Zi Chen's glabella. You're the one who should die. Looking at the flexible sword coming at him, Zi Chen looked at Longman calmly and said, following Zi Chen's words, a sharp whistling sound came from afar. For some reason, the small knife that had just been thrown did not fall to the ground. Instead, it spun around in the air and then returned to its original position. The speed of its return this time was much faster than before. It was like a black light. Puff! Unsurprisingly, before the flexible sword could pierce Zi Chen's glabella, the knife penetrated the back of Longman's head first. Longman's attack stopped, and his ferocious expression froze. The flexible sword trembled like a spirit snake 3 inches in front of his glabella, but it did not move forward. His vitality was quickly fading away. The battle was over. Zi Chen leaned against the big rock, panting heavily. This battle was really dangerous, and he almost died here. At this moment, his body was already covered in scars. Xiang Xian and the other 3 rushed over from afar. Today's battle had been full of twists and turns and all sorts of dangers. The outcome was even more unexpected. They had previously predicted that Zi Chan would rely on the tricolored poison mist to eliminate the others, and then join forces with them. If they were lucky, perhaps 1 or 2 out of the 5 would survive, but if they were unlucky, all of them would die. However, Zi Chen had used an endless stream of methods to eliminate all of them. This both surprised and delighted them. Of course, Zi Chen had also paid a heavy price. His injuries had become very serious, and the 4 of them were very worried. "I'm fine," Zi Chen weakly said as he leaned against a big rock. Besides his clean face, the rest of his body was either covered in wounds or blood. He looked rather miserable. "Hurry up and drink it." Xiao Qi quickly came forward, took out a jade bottle, and poured out a drop of sacred Genesis liquid. She handed it to Zi Chen and indicated for him to drink it. "This is sacred Genesis liquid." "Of course I know. It's very effective for healing." Seeing that Zi Chen was about to refuse, Xiao Qi said, "Don't refuse. This should be your spoils of war. If I'm not wrong, Longman should have quite a bit of this sacred Genesis liquid on him. Using a drop won't be a big deal. Naturally, a level 2 hunter would have some sacred source fluid on him. It was acceptable for him to waste a drop of it to heal himself." Zi Chen nodded and swallowed it. After entering his stomach, the sacred source fluid began to release energy. This energy naturally circulated throughout his body and began to heal his injuries. While Zi Chen was healing, Xiang Xian began to clean up the battlefield. As a woman, she was more meticulous than others. As for Xiao Jin, he stood beside Zi Chen, protecting Zi Chen as he healed. Tang Pu, who had nothing to do, suddenly remembered that Zi Chen had thrown away the broken blade and scabbard during the battle. Hence, he began to search for them. Xiao Qi, who had put away the jade bottle, also joined the group, cleaning up the battlefield. When the sky was about to brighten, Zi Chen opened his eyes and swallowed a drop of sacred Genesis liquid. His injuries were already under effective control and were gradually improving. He believed that he would make a full recovery in a few days. When Zi Chen opened his eyes and saw the 4 of them sizing him up, he asked in astonishment, "Is there something on my face?" Ignoring Zi Chen's teasing, Tang Pu looked at Zi Chen and said excitedly, "Zi Chen, you've struck gold." Struck gold? Zi Chen was taken aback. He did not understand what Tang Pu meant. "You killed Longman when you were injured. If you were at your peak, killing Longman would definitely be a piece of cake. Zi Chen, you're now a powerful 2nd level hunter. We found quite a bit of sacred Genesis liquid in this battle. You've struck gold," Tang Pu said excitedly. With Zi Chen's current strength, he was indeed equivalent to a 2nd level hunter. Moreover, he believed that if he had met Longman at his peak, the battle would not have been so difficult. There were strong and weak 2nd level hunters, and he was definitely stronger than Longman. Zi Chen nodded and said, "I also believe that even if I'm not a 2nd level hunter, I have the strength of a 2nd level hunter. As for striking gold, I'm not the only one who struck gold. We're the ones who struck gold." "What do you mean?" Tang Pu was stunned. "Since it's the spoils of war, it naturally belongs to everyone. How can I strike gold alone?" Zi Chen laughed. "Zi Chen, this is different. That's another matter. We're already embarrassed to share the 2-headed tiger. You killed all these people. If we take these resources, we'll feel bad, Xiao hurriedly said. There's nothing to feel bad about. At most, I'll take the bigger part, and the four of you will split the smaller part. It wasn't that Zichen didn't want to share more with everyone, but he could already tell that they might not be willing to accept 50%. Zichen waved his hand, indicating that they should stop talking. Suddenly, he saw the small knife that had fallen to the side. This small knife was the lightning blade manipulation knife. That unknown senior had spent a lot of resources to forge it. It was definitely one of the best among the heaven-grade weapons. Moreover, there was a knife spirit in this knife. However, just like the broken knife, the knife spirit had mysteriously disappeared after coming to this world. Or rather, it had been sealed. When the first ray of sunlight shone on the originally simple knife, a mottled rust appeared on it. It was as if it had been there for thousands of years, and the rust was still spreading. What's going on? Looking at the small knife that gradually turned from simple to rusty, Zichen's smiling face instantly changed. Chapter 2497. The knife suddenly became rotten, which made Zichen's expression very nervous. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than ordinary websites and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Xiao sized up the knife and said after a moment, "This shouldn't be something that belongs to this world, right?" Zichen nodded and said, "This is something that belongs to me. I brought it from the world I came from." "That's right. For this to happen, it can only mean that the quality of this knife is still a little low. It can withstand the erosion of time for the time being, but it will dissipate soon. The rules of this world didn't recognize things from the outside world, unless it was something of high quality. For example, the broken knife was once a powerful holy weapon, and the rules couldn't destroy it. This knife was known as the best among the heavenly weapons, and it consumed a lot of resources. In the outside world, it was enough to trigger a treasure war in the heavenly realm. However, in this world, such a quality item still couldn't be recognized by the rules, and there were signs of decay. As the decay spread, the knife would eventually turn into dust and disappear. To Zichen, this item wasn't just a weapon, but also a powerful cultivation technique. In this world, he could use his spiritual senses to control it, which was equivalent to using lightning to control the knife in the outside world. To Zichen, this was a new ability and a trump card. Naturally, he couldn't let it disappear just like that. Moreover, if he were to create another one, his spiritual senses might not be able to control it. More importantly, there was a knife spirit inside, a chubby and cute little fairy. Once the knife disappeared, the knife spirit would definitely dissipate. Looking at Xiao, Zichen asked anxiously, "Is there any way to protect it?" Xiao thought seriously and said, "It's said that to keep something from the outside world, you have to pay a high price. It's far from comparable to creating another one. If you really want to keep it, the best way is to add new materials to forge it. The quality of the material has to be high enough to keep it in this world. Also, I heard that the two need the same forging method, which is even more difficult." Zichen was now a master refiner, but he couldn't see what kind of refining technique was used to condense this knife. If there really was such a prerequisite, then it would be troublesome. As for materials of higher quality, he didn't have to worry about that because he still had a large piece of Saint black crystal that he hadn't used yet. That was a truly high-grade material. If he added it into the knife, it would definitely increase the quality of the knife. There's not much time left. Let's go back first. As he spoke, Zichen stood up. Regardless of whether it worked or not, he had to go back and try reeds. "But your injuries?" Xiao looked worriedly at Zichen. "I'm fine now. Oh, right. Where's the sacred origin liquid? Give me another drop." Zichen naturally wouldn't be stingy now that he knew his harvest, let alone a mere drop of sacred source liquid. It would be worth it even if he had to use 10 drops of sacred source liquid. When the topic of St. Genesis liquid was brought up again, Xiao-Qi and the rest no longer argued about how much to distribute. Instead, they handed half of their harvest to Ziqin. There were a total of 15 drops of sacred source liquid. In addition, there were still the weapons of the dead cultivators and their night clothes that had yet to be dealt with. Although these items weren't very valuable, there were so many of them. Once they were all sold, it would be a considerable sum. In addition, the two-headed tiger could probably be exchanged for 5 to 6 drops of sacred source liquid. As a second-rank hunter, Longman can't possibly have only these few items on him. When we return, we'll directly search his residence. We'll definitely have a great harvest. On the way back, Tang Pu excitedly said, going to a second-rank hunter's residence to rob was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. You guys can go when the time comes. I have to go back and take a look. Ziqin's top priority was to repair the knife. Along the way, it had decayed to the point where Ziqin could no longer control it. While hurrying along, Ziqin suddenly thought of something and said, "How much do you guys know about the Huate family name?" Huate. Is it the Huate family? If there's only one Huate family, it should be. Why are you asking this? Do you know anyone in the Huate family? No. Ziqin shook his head and said, "If I'm not wrong, the reason why Longman targeted me this time should be because of the Huate family's orders. As for the 4 of you, you've been implicated by me and met with an unexpected calamity." Hearing Ziqin's words, the 4 people's expressions clearly changed. Xiao-Qi said with some disbelief, "Ziqin, are you kidding? You've offended the Huate family." "That's the case for now. When the 2 sides meet, we'll fight to the death." Looking at the 4 people's expressions, he could tell that the Huate family was a huge family even in this place. Therefore, he didn't say anything. Perhaps the Doff family was also his enemy. That's not good. The Huate family doesn't only have extraordinary power in this town. It's said that they can be found in other towns as well. Take this Sohui town, for example. There are less than 10 second-rank hunters in the whole town, but the Huate family alone has 2 second-rank hunters. Moreover, these 2 are even stronger than Longman. Xiao-Qi said with a frown, 2 second-rank hunters? Then are there third-rank hunters? How is that possible? The whole Sohui town doesn't even have a third-rank hunter. That kind of strong person wouldn't stay in this small place. It's good that there are no third-rank hunters. A second-rank hunter stronger than Longman was still a second-rank hunter. Ziqin wasn't afraid. After swallowing the 2nd drop of sacred source liquid, Ziqin's injuries were quickly recovering. The speed was also getting faster and faster. When he reached Sohui town, the night had just fallen. After indicating the 4 people to rest first and deal with those things tomorrow, Ziqin went straight to old Fart Wei's blacksmith shop. The knife in his hand was already completely covered in decay. Ziqin was worried that he wouldn't be able to hold on until the sun rose tomorrow. With regards to Ziqin's sudden appearance, the old man was surprised and said, "Didn't you go out to gain experience? Why? You ran back after being beaten up." Ignoring the old man's teasing, Ziqin hurriedly pulled the old man into the house and said, "When I was in the outside world, I had a heaven weapon. This time I took it out, but it's already decayed. Is there any way to preserve it and let it stay in this world for a long time?" Old Fart Wei broke free from Ziqin's arm and looked at his body covered in blood with disgust. He said, "I thought it was something big. So it's such a small matter." Ziqin turned to look at Old Fart Wei. His eyes lit up. "You have a way." Old Fart Wei said disdainfully, "The heaven weapons in the outside world are all trash. Those that can be decayed are better than trash. What's the use of them? Now that you're a master blacksmith, you can just forge one yourself." Looking at Old Fart Wei's understated expression, Ziqin wanted to go up and slap him a few times. He suppressed his anger and said, "Nonsense! If that's the case, why would I look for you? I just want to keep it. It's a heaven weapon, and it has a spirit." Looking at Zi Chen's angry words, old Fartway said, "Oh, angry? Seems like the weapon spirit must be a girl. You have feelings. If you know, then don't take it out. That broken thing outside you still—" Before the old man could finish his words, Zichen grabbed him by the collar and raised him up high. His head hit the wall above. "Old Fart, don't make jokes. My patience is limited." "Not bad. I haven't seen you for 2 days, and your strength has grown. You dare to scold me." Old Fartway was not afraid of Zichen, but after seeing Zichen's gradually reddened eyes and his heavy breathing, he knew that Zichen was serious. So he stopped teasing him and said directly, "There's no meaning in doing so, and it might not succeed. There are many ways to refine weapons. If you want to keep the weapon, you have to use the same method to fill it with materials. If you don't have the correct method, it's useless. Even if you have the right method, you will need some high-grade materials. In the meantime, to increase the quality of the weapon, a large portion of the high-grade materials will be used. This is a thankless task. It's better to refine a new one, saving time, energy, and resources." "When you were on the Life Star, were you also a blacksmith?" Hearing old Fartway's words, Zichen's heart turned cold. He put him down and asked, "Of course. If not, how could this old man survive in such a big town?" Old Fartway said proudly, "All right, don't flatter yourself. You think I don't know. This is a broken town. Even if it's the worst town, it's only slightly better than a village." Zichen turned and walked into the weapon refining room. This time, he did not drag the old man along. "Quickly come in and take a look. Can you see what method I used to refine this weapon? If you can, use the same method to repair it. As for the high-grade materials, use that sacred black crystal." "Brat, are you crazy? That sacred black crystal is such a good material, and you actually used it to repair a heaven-breaking weapon? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly come in and take a look." "I'm not looking. It's useless even if I look." Old Fartway waved his hand and said, "Although this old man's eyesight is vicious, my refining methods are all top-notch existences. The same material, when refined by this old man's hands, will raise the quality of the weapon by a large margin. Your weapon's techniques are too low-leveled. Even if this old man can recognize it, I don't know those low-level techniques. It's innately lacking. Even if you have heavenly techniques, it's useless. Unless a god stands in front of you now, only then can you solve your problem. Stop bragging. Quickly come and take a look. This heaven-breaking weapon was refined by a true master refiner. You can't find a second one in this Life Star. Tisk, when the tiger is not in the mountain, the monkey is king." In the end, old Fartway still walked in front of Zichen with disdain. He picked up the already rotten knife beside the stove and sized it up with a disdainful expression. "What kind of broken technique is this? It's too trashy. Is this what you mean by you can't find a second master refiner? It seems to have the shadow of an extreme refiner. But this technique is neither fish nor fowl. It's really two." He disdainfully flipped and looked at it with disdain. His disdainful expression expressed his disdain. But after sizing it up, old Fartway's disdainful expression changed. Chapter 2498. How is it? Can it be repaired? Seeing the change in the old man's expression, and hearing the old man's words being interrupted, Zichen asked nervously, "Advertisement. Where did you get this thing from?" Old Fartway looked at Zichen and asked with a rare serious expression, "Nonsense, this is mine." "What do you mean, where did I get it from?" Zichen said unhappily, "This is the true extreme weapon refining method. In the whole world, there are not more than 3 people who know this method. Tell me, where did you get this thing?" Old Fartway's words became strict. "This is mine. I saw the master refining it with my own eyes. It's a top-quality heaven weapon. Nonsense, this extreme weapon refining method. In this world, only 3 people know it. 2 of them are in this world, and one of them died long ago. How old are you? How could you see someone using the extreme weapon refining method to refine a weapon? Zi-Chun did not hear the doubt in old Fartway's words, but said with surprise, "So you can repair it? Then don't just stand there. Quickly repair it. Before things are clear, don't expect this old man to repair it for you. Now you have to tell me, who are you, and how did you get this weapon?" Old Fartway said coldly. "Old Fartway, what do you mean? Don't tell me you think this thing is stolen from someone's grave?" Zi-Chun stared at old Fartway. "It's possible. This is the complete extreme weapon refining method, without any flaws. In this world, only my master can teach it and I can't. My master only accepted 2 disciples in his life. You are mine and my junior brother." Zi-Chun interrupted old Fartway and said, "Don't tell me that senior is your master." "Impossible. My master is in this world. He's trapped here like me." "Then he's your junior brother." "My junior apprentice brother died many years ago," Zi-Chun said. "Then, who is the senior who refined the weapon for me?" Zi-Chun looked at old Fartway and said, "That senior is very strong and his weapon refining skills are very high. Furthermore, he took the initiative to help me refine weapons, and during that time, he even had the Thunderous Saint Beast to protect him. I saw him before I came here. He can't be a bad person." "Really? The person you're talking about is—" After that, old Fartway and Zi-Chun verified whether the 2 of them were talking about the same person, and the final conclusion made old Fartway's expression change drastically, as he was unable to determine the credibility of Zi-Chun's words. Because according to what Zi-Chun said, his junior brother was clearly not dead. What's so hard to understand? The Life Star was known as the Land of Miracles. There were stories of people coming back from the dead. You should have heard of the 4 sacred beasts, right? Didn't they fall back then as well? But they came back to life. Don't ask me where I heard this from. We've met before, and our relationship is quite good. Old Fartway's expression was still bewildered. You should have heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans, right? Lightning Ancestor, Moon Ancestor, Yao Ancestor, and Star Ancestor. In all the rumors, they are all dead, but I've seen the 4 of them with my own eyes. Although they are just a strand of remnant soul, they have always existed. But now they have really fallen. But they also said that the end of death is life, and that there will be a day where we will meet again. The 4 people that Zi-Chun mentioned, compared to the Thunder Saint Beast, the 4 sacred beasts were much more famous. Every expert that was born in the Life Star, or even the older generation, who would not have heard of the ancestors of the 4 king clans. They were illustrious existences, real big shots. These big shots, it was usually difficult to meet one, but Zi-Chun had met 4 of them. Seeing that Zi-Chun did not look like he was bragging, old Fartway looked at Zi-Chun and asked suspiciously, "Who are you?" Old Fartway's expression made Zi-Chun uncomfortable. He straightened his posture and said, "Listen well. I'm afraid I'll scare you if I tell you. It's best to find something to hold on to, so you won't be too frightened and faint." His clothes were tattered and blood-stained, and only his face was considered clean. He looked no different from a beggar, and would scare others. Old Fartway looked at Zi-Chun and wanted to laugh, but Zi-Chun's self-introduction made him unable to laugh. "I'm a heaven-defying expert from the Life Star, Zi-Chun." These few words reverberated in old Fartway's mind. It was as if his soul had suffered a heavy blow, causing him to feel dizzy. "What did you say?" "You're a heaven-defying expert." Old Fartway repeated. He did not expect Zi-Chun to answer, but only used a heavier tone to ease his shock. "That's right." But Zi-Chun still answered him. That affirmative tone shocked the old man one more time. However, he was an old man who had seen a lot of things. He was also one of the few people who had the highest refining skills in the Life Star. Soon he calmed himself down. After sizing up Zichin, he looked at Zichin and said, "So, the reason why old John asked you to find me is because of your identity." "Kind of. But the most important reason is that I've awakened the extreme speed ability." "The extreme speed ability doesn't seem to be a rare ability, right?" "Of course, the extreme speed ability isn't rare. But if it's the extreme speed ability from the extreme speed technique, then it's rare." "What technique?" 9 lightning strikes. You know the world's #1 extreme speed technique, 9 lightning strikes. I also have the most valuable treasure, heavenly thunder wings. This conversation ended with old Fartway suffering a huge blow. Zichin not only had the most powerful skills, but also the most valuable treasures. Even the broken sword, which he usually did not pay attention to, was actually a famous saint weapon in the Life Star, worthy of being a heaven-defying expert who gathered the fortune of the entire world. Just the equipment on his body is enough to make people jealous. Through the conversation with Zichin, he could now conclude that the junior brother that his master thought was dead was actually not dead. To old Fartway, this was something worth being happy about. Heaven-defying expert! I didn't expect that after so many years of waiting, I would meet a heaven-defying expert. With your identity and ability, you don't look like a Saint King. How did you get in here?" Old Fartway looked at Zichin and asked in confusion, "I'm a saint. I came in through the Jia 2 family's passage. This time, I'm here to fulfill my promise to the Jia 2 family to bring a saint weapon out." "Impossible. After entering here, no one can get out. I saw a Saint King in the Jia 2 family with my own eyes." After that, old Fartway sunk into silence. After a while, he muttered to himself, "Could it be that year when I stayed here there was a layer of meaning? Could it be that those people in the past would encounter such a scene today? I say, old Fart, we've been talking nonsense for half a day. Do you have a way to help me repair my weapon?" Seeing old Fartway not speaking, Zichin had to remind him, "This is the weapon that my junior brother forged. Do you think I have a way to repair it? Furthermore, I found a few flaws. After refining it again, it will definitely be stronger than before. After all, he is my junior brother. His weapon refining skills are still lacking compared to his senior brother." Zichin did not care whether this sentence was true or not. As long as he could repair the small knife, it was fine. As for the material, it was the piece of Saint Black Crystal. Old Fartway, who originally said that it was a waste to use such a large piece of Saint Black Crystal, looked at the small knife mottled with rust and said, "Yes, my junior brother's masterpiece. Only by using this Saint Black Crystal can it show its extraordinariness." After that, he looked at Zichin and said, "Little brat, if your luck is good enough, you can meet my dead master. He definitely has a collection of good materials. Who knows, he might be able to raise your small knife to another level and become a real saint weapon." "Really?" Zichin asked emotionally. "In this world, there are only a few people who can refine saint weapons. My dead master is definitely one of them. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have the qualifications to enter the only city. For a big shot like my master, he has always been living in the city, wantonly enjoying the resources of this world. To others, this world is a place of suffering. But to my master, it is a place of freedom and enjoyment." Waving his hand, old Fartway said, "All right, go and change your clothes. Don't be an eyesore. This thing of yours won't last for long. I have to work through the night. All right, when it is about to take shape, you have to let out some blood. It is equivalent to the blood essence of the outside world recognizing you as its master." Zichin thanked him profusely, then returned to his room and started to wash up. The old man did not rest for the entire night. The sound of forging rang out continuously. He was using this world's method to get rid of the impurities in the Saint Black Crystal. Other than that, he also used a special method to stabilize the erosion of time on the small knife. On the morning of the second day, Xiao Qi and the other 3 did not go to deal with the spoils of war. Instead, they went straight to Longman's residence and cleaned it up. But the 4 of them obviously went in high spirits and returned in disappointment, their faces full of dejection. This is great. We bragged about it, but ended up with nothing. Tang Pu was obviously not in high spirits. Someone must have beaten us to it. I'm sure Zichen won't blame us. The most important thing now is to quickly deal with those things. Oh, right, Tang Pu. Your mechanical puppet is damaged this time. You have to change to a better one. Xiao Qi patted Tang Pu's shoulder and said, I also want to change to a better one. But what good things can we have in this broken place? The last time we were able to change to a mechanical bear, we were already lucky. Unless we go to Mingfei Town, it will be difficult to get a good mechanical puppet. Hearing Tang Pu's complaints, Xiao Qi laughed and said, This time with Zichen's credit, our harvest is not small. Maybe we can really go to Mingfei Town. Hearing that, their eyes lit up but quickly dimmed down. Tang Pu shook his head and said, Forget it. With just the 4 of us, the chances of dying there are too high. Let's just make do and choose something here. Returning to their residence, the 4 of them started to deal with the spoils of war. Their harvest was not small. On the 3rd day, the Saint Black Crystal was obviously smaller and became more transparent. After that, Old Fart Wei started to melt the Saint Black Crystal. After it was completely melted, he signaled Zichen to drip blood inside. Chapter 2499. C_T. Removing the impurities from the sacred black crystal took 3 days. Quick update. The website is clean and refreshing. There are few advertisements. I love this kind of website the most. Must give a good review. Using a special method to melt the sacred black crystal into liquid. It took another 10 days. In this period of time, the blacksmith shop was filled with continuous hammering sounds. Xiao Qi and the other 3 did not want to disturb Zichen and could only wait. It had to be said, if not for Old Fart Wei's special method, the knife could be preserved in this world for a long time. Even if it had a method to upgrade its quality, the knife itself would not be able to last until the day it was upgraded. Zichen was not idle these few days. He wanted to stir up trouble. This world was different from the outside world, where there was strong earth fire and even heaven fire that could be used. To refine weapons in this world, one needed to make their own fire. Of course, the terrifying degree of the fire was not any weaker than the earth fire and heaven fire in the outside world. If there was someone in this world who could control these flames, their fighting power would naturally be extremely strong. The sacred black crystal melted, turning into a sparkling black liquid, giving off a pure and limpid feeling. Zichen dripped drops of blood into the melted sacred black crystal, causing the pure black liquid to undergo some indescribable changes. The liquid started to tremble slightly, as though there was a hidden energy fluctuation within. All right, you can leave now. Looking at the gradually changing color of the liquid, Old Fart Wei waved his hand. The reason why he wanted Zichen to leave was not because he was worried that Zichen would learn the skills, but because Zichen did not know anything, and staying here would only occupy the space. He actually hoped that Zichen could learn some of his forging skills, but Zichen's ambition was obviously not there. Becoming a master blacksmith was already the limit of Zichen's interest. But there were specializations, and Old Fart Wei did not mind. If he really wanted to train the only heaven-defying person on this life star into a master blacksmith, let's not talk about whether Zichen was willing. At the very least, those old fellows would not agree. After Zichen returned to his room, Old Fart Wei took out the knife that he kept and started to use a special method to decompose it layer by layer. During the decomposition process, he would mix in the liquid of the sacred black crystals. During this period of time, it was extremely challenging. Moreover, this was the most perfect integration. Not only did it improve the quality of the small knife, but it also did not disturb the original patterns of the small knife. Although these patterns were not of much use in this world, in the outside world, these patterns would greatly increase the attack power of the knife. This was a very time-consuming process that required absolute calmness. During this time, no mistakes could be made. There was nothing else for Zichen to do, but he did not go out. Instead, he waited patiently. Once this small knife was formed, it would prove that he would have another great ability, and this ability would be remote control, which was definitely a powerful ability. With Longman's previous attack, he was in no hurry to go out again. While waiting patiently, Zichen didn't stay idle either. He began to consume the remaining sacred origin liquid to strengthen himself. In this world, only by being strong enough could one possess all kinds of abilities. Only then could one's abilities continue to evolve and become stronger step by step. On the way back, he chatted with Xiao-Qi, who told him that he had to continuously refine the sacred origin liquid if he wanted his abilities to evolve. Zichen did not know that he had already swallowed dozens of drops of sacred origin liquid while he was forging. This was also the reason why he could suddenly awaken an ability and transform his body. Another half a month passed, and old Fartway finally completed the final step. As the final hammer fell, a crisp sound rang out and the small knife was completely formed. The rust on its surface had all been removed, and it emitted a black glow. At first glance, it looked like it was refined from pure, sacred black crystals. However, if one looked at it for a long time, one would be able to see other lights flickering within the black glow. These lights were like Xing Chen decorating the night sky. The moment the small knife was formed, Zichen sensed the other party's presence. He quickly walked out of his room and into the weapon refining room. Buzz! He looked at the small knife, and with a thought, the small knife began to tremble. After trembling a few times, the small knife flew into the air and flew toward Zichen. After that, under old Fartway's astonished expression, the small knife began to revolve around Zichen. Its speed increased from slow to fast, and finally turned into a ray of black light, protecting Zichen within. Is this the Imperial Sword technique? You actually awakened such an ability. How mysterious! Old Fartway exclaimed as he looked at Zichen. You can say that. He controlled the small knife to stop and placed it in his palm. Looking at the small thing, Zichen said, "In here your spirit cannot awaken, so I cannot call you Knife Spirit. I will call you Flying Knife in the future." With a light flick of his wrist, the flying knife slid into Zichen's sleeve. Since it came from old Fartway, and it took him nearly a month to successfully evolve, there was naturally no need to doubt its quality. During this period of time, Zichen had used up all the sacred source liquid he had obtained, and it was time for him to go out and reap the rewards. Xiao-Qi and the rest still had some resources to sell, and Zichen could still get a share. Other than that, the property in Longman's residence was also a large portion, and there was no reason for him to let it go. After sincerely thanking old Fartway, the old man waved his hand and weakly tipped Zichen to scram, then closed the door and went to rest. Old Fartway had expended too much energy, but he was fine and only needed to rest. Zichen did not bother with him and went to find the four people next door. Seeing Zichen's arrival, the four people were surprised and happy, and hurriedly gestured for Zichen to come in. After Zichen took a seat, he noticed that the four people's expressions were somewhat unnatural, so he asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Hearing Zichen's words, the four people became even more embarrassed, and in the end it was Xiao-Qi who said, "Zichen, we're really sorry. Didn't we say that Longman's residence would have a lot of sacred source liquid? But when we went there, we found that someone else was one step ahead of us, and we didn't get anything." Xiao-Qi took out a jade bottle and said, "This is the sacred source liquid we exchanged for. There's a total of 20 drops, and we didn't touch them." Zichen took the bottle of sacred source liquid, opened it, and said, "If it's gone, then it's gone. It's no big deal. As he spoke, Zichen poured out 8 drops, put one into his mouth, and kept the remaining 7 into his own jade bottle. He gave the remaining 12 drops to Xiao-Qi, making it 3 drops each. Xiao-Qi was slightly hesitant, as this was as expected, and Zichen took 2 fewer drops. This is easier to split. Let's do this in the future. If you have more, I'll refund you. After keeping the jade bottle, Zichen said, "Do you have any thoughts of going out again?" "Of course. We've already prepared everything. We were worried that you wouldn't want to team up with us after you advanced," Tang Pu said excitedly. "Since everything is ready, let's set off." Zichen got up, and Tang Pu quickly took out a package from the room. There were still 2 things inside, the black suit and the 3-colored poison mist. After handing the package to Zichen, Tang Pu patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, Zichen. This time, I guarantee that no one will have the antidote for the 3-colored poison mist." Zichen took the package and lightly punched Tang Pu with his fist, smiling. "With you in charge, I'm not worried." Afterwards, the few of them looked at each other and laughed. After leaving the town, Zichen said, "Have you found the target this time? No matter what, it can't be weaker than the 2-headed tiger." "Don't worry. Xiao Jin has already made arrangements for this. It would be a waste not to use such a strong person like you." After walking out of Soe town, Xiao-Qi looked around and didn't find any traces of other people. She lowered her voice and said to Zichen beside her, "Zichen, I've already inquired about the matter you asked me to inquire about. The Hort family did have some interactions with Longman a few days ago. The 2 second-level hunters of their family are not in Soe town. It's said that they have been away for a long time." Zichen nodded slightly. This could explain why the Hort family, who clearly had second-level hunters, would pay such a price to have outsiders kill Zichen. Just the antidote that could resist the 3-colored poison mist was not a small expense. "Can you be sure that the Hort family only has 2 second-level hunters?" Zichen asked. "This can be confirmed. The Hort family has always maintained 2 second-level hunters in Soe town. Once someone advances, one of them will leave here." Jia Tu Huangtu once said that his path forward had already been arranged for him by the family. Then, the Hort family had always kept 2 second-level hunters here to guard those people entering the next town. Can you inquire about some more details? For example, what are the abilities of those 2 ability users, and what level of combat power they have? Xiao-Qi widened her eyes and looked at Zichen in disbelief. She said, "Why are you asking about this? Don't tell me. We have long been enemies. Since they have the intention to harm me, I have no reason to let them go." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. "But that is a family, a huge family. If you go against that family, how will you walk in this world in the future? In this town, they don't have 3rd-level hunters, but other towns do. Not to mention 3rd-level hunters. It is said that they even have 4th-level and 5th-level hunters. If you go against them, it is like hitting a stone with an egg." Because of her loss of self-control, Xiao-Qi's voice was slightly raised, attracting the attention of the other 3. They are indeed a huge family, but here they are only a small force with 2 second-level hunters. I have a lot of experience dealing with them. If I don't say anything this time, there'll be more second-level hunters coming, and even 3rd-level hunters." Zichen's eyes flashed with a cold light. He said, "Since they will come sooner or later, before that, we need to teach them a lesson." Chapter 2500. Siandase. Seeing that Zichen had made up his mind, Xiao-Qi stopped persuading him. "There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements." Although she hadn't known Zichen for a long time, Xiao-Qi could still see that Zichen was a very opinionated existence. Once he made up his mind, no one could persuade him. Next, The group walked for a day and a night. After a short rest and a simple meal, they came to a low mountain range. When they were still some distance away from the mountain range, they heard a series of beastly roars that sounded somewhat panicked. Zichin, there are a lot of pseudo-divine beasts here. Among them, there is a violent bear, whose fighting strength is stronger than Longman. Once, Longman led a team to destroy it, but in the end, they were defeated and Longman himself was injured. Xiaojin, who was walking in front, turned around and said, "That's a good opponent. Besides the violent bear, are there any other relatively powerful pseudo-divine beasts here?" Zichen's eyes flashed with a bright light. There are a lot of other pseudo-divine beasts, but they are not as strong as this violent bear. Once we fight, the movement will definitely scare away the pseudo-divine beasts around. The violent bear is equivalent to the king here, but they are not united. By the way, the mechanical puppet that Tang Pu used before was built according to the prototype of the violent bear. Speaking of mechanical puppets, Zichun glanced at Tang Pu again with a strange expression. After losing the mechanical puppet Black Bear, Tang Pu bought a new mechanical puppet in Soi Town, but it was far inferior to the previous one. It was a puppet cow of a very low grade, which was the main reason why he insisted on walking and refused to enter the puppet. Maybe it was because of the terrain, but along the way there was little wind. In this dangerous night, if there was no wind, there would naturally be no divine mosquitoes and black ants. The danger factor could be relatively reduced, and the group's speed was relatively fast. Before coming, Xiaojin had obviously done his homework. He directly led Zichin in the direction of the violent bear. Halfway up the mountain, Xiaojin pointed somewhere and said, "Go around here, there is a black hole. If there is no accident, the violent bear is inside." The group of 5 carefully circled around half of the mountain peak, but they did not see the so-called black hole. "That's not right. There should be a black hole here." Looking at the surroundings, Xiaojin said puzzledly, "Look over there." In the dark night, a light flashed in Xiangxian's eyes as she pointed to a boulder tens of meters away. The gazes of the crowd all landed on the enormous boulder. The boulder was slightly black, but there was nothing special about it. However, there were obvious pitch-black cracks all around the boulder. Clearly, there was a hole behind the boulder. "He's hiding, he's actually hiding." Seeing such a scene, the crowd was naturally unable to understand why a king needed to hide and rest. Could it be that there were other pseudo-divine beasts that dared to challenge its prestige here? Seems like I'm right. That guy is inside. Xiao Qi's gaze shifted away from the front, looking around to see if there were any other abnormalities. "Let's remove that big rock first." Zichen's perception could clearly perceive the surrounding situation. Except for the hole, there was nothing abnormal. The occasional beast roar was also very far away from here, so there was no need to worry too much. There was a violent bear in the cave, so no one dared to rashly go forward. Therefore, the matter of removing the boulder could only be done by Tang Pu's puppet bull. During this period, Zichun intentionally tried to control the puppet bull, but he did not succeed. It seemed that his awakened spiritual perception only worked on the broken saber in his hand, and had no effect on other things. The puppet bull stretched out its front hooves and knocked twice on the uneven ground. Then it lowered its head and charged toward the boulder. The sharp horns flickered with a cold light in the dark night like a weapon, as if they were going to cut the boulder. Boom! The horns hit the boulder, and the ground began to shake. A dull sound spread in all directions. The puppet bull's charging figure came to a halt. Its body swayed visibly and it almost collapsed. The force of its collision only moved the boulder a little. The weight of the boulder was somewhat beyond imagination. After stabilizing its body, the puppet bull began to retreat. After a certain distance, it lowered its head and charged forward again. Boom! With another blow, the boulder moved a little again. This effect was too slow. It might not even be able to move the boulder dozens of times. Just as they were about to think of other methods, they suddenly heard a strange sound coming from the cave. Faintly, a low roar was emitted from within. One could see that the large rock, which had only moved a little due to the collision of the puppet cow, was now rapidly moving as a thick black claw emerged from the other side. Clearly, the owner was angered and had taken the initiative to appear. Zichen threw a look at Tangpu. The latter nodded and controlled the puppet bull to retreat. From the boulder blocking the cave, it could be seen that the puppet bull and the violent bear were very different in strength. If it was hit directly, it would probably be destroyed in an instant. Such a sacrifice was meaningless in Zi Chen's eyes. Xiao Qi and the others also began to retreat. They could not interfere in the early stages of the battle. Only after the violent bear was injured would they have a chance to fight. The four of them began to retreat, while Zichen slowly moved forward with the broken saber. The boulder was completely moved away, and the black bear walked out of the cave. It was close to 3 meters tall, and its body naturally emitted a baleful aura. Its black fur was stained with a lot of blood, and there were a few scars that were probably left behind from the previous battle. Its pair of pitch-black eyes gradually became cruel after seeing Zichen and the others. Roar! With a roar, the black bear rushed toward Zichen. Its paw directly slapped towards Zichen's head, bringing with it a strong wind. The wind blew, causing Zichen's face to hurt. This attack was full of power, even surpassing that of Longman at his peak. Once Zichen was hit, who knew how many of his ribs would be broken? Strong power, slow speed. Looking at the powerful bear paw, Zichen shook his head. His body was like a floating feather as he moved with the wind. Swish! Zichen's body easily dodged the attack and came to the side of the violent bear. The broken saber in his hand was instantly unsheathed. As a black light flashed, the broken saber swept past the violent bear's body, cutting off the fur on its body and cutting into its body. Zichen's body gently floated down, with the saber in his left hand and the broken saber in his right. There was an additional wound on the violent bear's body and blood flowed out. Xiao Qi and the others stood in the distance, not daring to speak at this moment in fear of angering the violent bear. In just one exchange, the violent bear was injured, so it naturally became crazy. Its paw whistled as it slapped towards Zichen, and its attack speed was much faster than before. Zichen easily dodged again and slashed down with his saber. Its needle-like fur offset too much of the saber's power, and by the time it cut into its body, the power was already insufficient. The powerful saber only left a small wound on its opponent's body. In this situation, Zichen had the broken saber and the battle power of a rank 2 hunter. Under normal circumstances, if an ordinary hunter encountered this violent bear, it would be their nightmare. Pooh! Pooh! Zichen's body flashed as he slashed out again and again. Even though he tried to control his attacks to a certain point, the effects were not obvious. Compared to the twin-headed tiger, the violent bear's strength and defense were much stronger. Its only weakness was its speed, and in this aspect, Zichen's speed was his strength. The violent bear's fierce attacks were unable to touch Zichen at all. On the contrary, Zichen constantly attacked a certain spot, causing the wound on the violent bear's body to become bigger and bigger. The violent bear's eyes gradually became red, and the aura around its body suddenly became tyrannical, as if it had gone berserk. It let out an angry and hoarse roar, and with a strong gust of wind, it charged towards Zichen. With this attack, the violent bear's speed and strength had more than doubled. The 4 people who were watching the battle from afar were terrified. They did not dare to provoke an existence of this level. If they were hit, they would die. The last time Longman led a team here, they suffered heavy casualties. It should be because they forced the violent bear to go berserk. Swoosh! Zichen did not underestimate the violent bear's transformation. When he retreated, the heavenly thunder wings on his back immediately appeared. Then the thunder wings on his back vibrated, and with a tap of his feet, he leaped high into the air. When he quickly dodged the violent bear's attack, he also landed behind it. He turned around in the air and stomped on the violent bear's shoulder. The broken saber in his hand instantly retracted, like a dagger. Pooh! With a muffled sound, the broken saber directly pierced into the black bear's eyes. It pierced deeply, almost piercing through its brain. Roar! The black bear was in pain, and its aura was tyrannical. Zi-Chen pulled out the broken saber and used the force to leap up. Below him, the violent bear kept waving its paws, attacking in all directions, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The heavenly thunder wings flapped rapidly, allowing Zi-Chen's body to stay in the air for a short while. Seizing the opportunity, Zi-Chen's body landed again. Just like before, the broken saber pierced into the violent bear's other eye. This time, the broken saber went deeper. Pooh! At the same time, Zi-Chen paid a price for this attack. He was hit by the bear's paw. Although most of the force was neutralized, it still shook Zi-Chen until he coughed up blood. Landing on the ground, Zi-Chen retreated again, increasing the distance between him and the violent bear. At this moment, tears of blood gushed out from the violent bear's eyes. One of its eyes was still pierced by the broken saber. The violent bear was struggling before its death. The entire mountain peak was shaking, and all kinds of broken rocks were flying everywhere like hidden weapons, breaking through the air with the sound of breaking wind. Xiao-Qi and the other three retreated far away, looking at the violent bear nervously. After about 10 breaths of time, the berserk violent bear suddenly stopped and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground shook again and smoke and dust rose. The violent bear was dead. This scene was within Zi-Chen's expectations. He appeared very calm. The 4 people who were watching the battle anxiously from afar also heaved a sigh of relief at this moment. Boom! Boom! The violent bear was dead, but the ground was still shaking. Not only did it not stop, but it became more violent. Chapter 2501. Thunderous. The ground shook without warning, and the whole mountain shook gently as if there was an earthquake. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text, and there are no advertisements. The violent bear was lying on the ground, motionless. It was obviously dead, so what was going on with the shaking? Is it an earthquake? The 4 people's expressions changed. Zi-Chen, who was about to pick up the broken sword, sensed the change, and his expression changed slightly. Boom! Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and thunder-like sounds came from afar, mixed with the roars of beasts. The roars of beasts came from some pseudo-divine beasts who were very powerful. But at this moment, there was some kind of fear and panic in their voices. It's below. Let's go and see what's going on. Xiangxian and the other 3 turned around and walked toward the edge of the mountain. The shaking was coming from below. Zi-Chen quickly stepped forward and pulled out the broken sword from the violent bear's eye socket. Whoosh! He put the broken sword back into its sheath and quickly rushed to a high ground and looked down. It was dark now, and his vision was not clear, but he could still see many black shadows running quickly below with thunder-like vibrations. It's the pseudo-divine beasts, all of them. Seeing those black shadows, Xiaojin was shocked and cried out in alarm. These powerful pseudo-divine beasts, at this moment, seemed to have met their natural enemy. They were running away madly and roaring in horror. Seeing this, Zi-Chen was also shocked. Could it be the god clan that could make so many different kinds of pseudo-divine beasts run away in fear? Looking at those pseudo-divine beasts running away below, Zi-Chen clearly felt a few very powerful auras, which seemed to be not much weaker than the violent bear he had killed. What happened? Zi-Chen frowned. They are different kinds. Maybe they are all enemies when they meet, but now they are all running away. Could it be their natural enemy? But in this world, I haven't heard that they have a common natural enemy? Xiang Xian frowned slightly, and her face was full of doubts. Indeed, I've never heard of them having a common natural enemy. Tang Pu scratched his head, also unable to understand. Xiao Qi frowned, as if she was thinking about something. Xiao Jin, who was also frowning, seemed to think of something. His face instantly changed as he cried out in alarm, "Could it be them?" "What?" The three of them asked in unison, clearly confused. Xiao Jin's face was completely drained of blood. He raised his hand and pointed in a certain direction, which was the north. Could it be that they're here? In the north, their target had become much smaller, and to be able to make Xiao Jin's face change so much, I believe that they are definitely not nameless existences. You're talking about the moon god wolf in the northern snowy plains. Xiang Xian and the other two instantly guessed Xiao Jin's meaning, and their expressions changed drastically. Is the moon god wolf very strong? Zi Chen came over after hearing the commotion. He stood next to the four people and looked at their shocked expressions as he asked. The divine moon wolves live in the northernmost part of the north. There is a snowy plain there, which is their exclusive territory. In terms of individual battle strength, the divine moon wolves are not strong. They are even weaker than ordinary divine beasts. In a one-on-one battle, they are almost the weakest among the divine beasts, but they never move alone. Every time they move out in groups, and their numbers are countless. Xiao Jin's face was completely drained of blood. Countless divine moon wolves can defeat any enemy. Now, I should be able to guess why that violent bear put such a big stone at the entrance of the cave. The divine moon wolves live in the northern snowy plains. Every once in a while, they will leave the snowy plains to hunt. This time they should be hunting, and these divine beasts are their targets. Looking at the four people whose expressions changed drastically and clearly felt fear, but did not intend to run away, Zi Chen asked doubtfully, "Since they are so dangerous, shouldn't we run away?" Xiang Xian and the other two looked bitter. Xiao Jin sighed and said, "We can't run away. Since it's a hunt, it's surrounded on all sides. According to the past, there are divine moon wolves in all directions." Zi Chen shrugged and said, "So it's really troublesome. Do these divine moon wolves have a leader?" "There are moon wolf kings. They are hiding in the distance and commanding them, and there are more than one. It's said that the moon wolf kings are very strong. Each of them is equivalent to a second-rank hunter. It said, is there no reliable information?" Xiao Jin forced a smile and said, "Everyone who has seen the divine moon wolves will become a dead man. It's already very rare to have some gossip. But I didn't expect that our luck would be so bad that we would encounter a moon wolf hunt that hasn't been seen in 100 years. Looks like we're doomed this time." Thinking that they might soon be buried in the wolf's belly, the faces of Xiang Xian and the other two turned ugly. "Is there any other information? For example, how are we going to beat them back?" Zi Chen asked again. He had encountered too many dangers in his life, and it was common for him to have a narrow escape from death. He obviously wouldn't give up so easily, let alone in a situation where he didn't even see the enemy. The divine moon wolves are endless. No one can beat them back, unless they are willing to retreat after the hunt is over. It seemed that Xiao Jin's knowledge was also very limited. Zi Chen couldn't get any useful information. So Zi Chen asked again, "Are you sure that we are surrounded now?" "It's not us. It's all the living beings in this area. They've all been surrounded, including the pseudo-divine beast that had just run away. They are also in the encirclement." Zi Chen nodded and said, "Well, it seems that a battle is inevitable. You guys take the violent bear's corpse into the cave first. Since the violent bear has already expected this, we'll use this cave to avoid this crisis. Right? If we hide in the cave, we might be able to resolve this crisis." The eyes of several people lit up, and they looked at the cave one after another. Let's take the violent bear's corpse inside first. Then we'll push the big rock." While speaking, Zichen flew towards the big rock. Xiao Qi and Xiang Xian went to get the violent bear. It wasn't that they were greedy, but if they left the violent bear's corpse there, it would undoubtedly attract more divine moon wolves. Tang Pu controlled the puppet cow to go to the side of the big rock, and together with Zi Chen and Xiao Jin, they moved the rock together. But the rock only shook slightly and it moved a little. It had to be said that the violent bear's strength was really great, and in order to save its life, it had deliberately chosen a very heavy rock. "Damn it, this thing is too heavy." Tang Pu cursed angrily, and he had to use all his strength to control the puppet cow to push the rock back to its original position. But the strength of the 3 people was limited, and they could only move the rock slowly. At that moment, a cold aura came, and the hearts of everyone couldn't help but shiver. Then they heard the rhythmic sound of running, as if a well-trained army was moving forward. A cold wind blew, and the surrounding temperature dropped in an instant. It was as if they had entered a cold winter. "Not good, they're coming, hurry up." Xiao Jin's expression changed greatly, and he cried out in alarm. Xiao Qi and Xiang Xian had already dragged the tyrannical bear into the cave. Fortunately, the cave was large enough to accommodate everyone and a puppet bull. The 2 hurriedly came out of the cave, and the 5 people and the puppet cow worked together to push the rock back to its original position. "Let the puppet cow push from inside first, or it will be useless later," Zichen said in a deep voice. "Ka-ka!" The rock moved forward with the help of everyone, and the surrounding temperature dropped. Moreover, the orderly steps were getting closer and closer to the group. It was unknown if it was because the smell of blood had spread, but the orderly steps suddenly stopped, and then there was a clapping sound. "Hurry up!" Zichen shouted and used all his strength, and the rock moved a little faster. The gap between the rock and the cave was only a person's distance away, and it would be closed soon. Again, Zichen roared, and the rock moved forward again. At this moment, in Zichen's perception, white figures appeared one after another. Their fur was as soft as snow, and they were less than 2 meters tall. As they leaped, they rushed towards them, and their speed was very fast, and their steps were graceful. These were the moon gods, and in his perception there were no less than 100 moon wolves on this mountain. Shwa! Before the rock could completely block the cave, these moon gods rushed up, and the one in the lead also leaped towards them. It opened its mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. "Pooh!" Zichen instantly pulled out his blade and cut the first moon wolf in half, and said in a deep voice, "Hurry up and go in!" At this moment, the moon wolves appeared in all directions. If they delayed any longer, they would not have the chance to enter the cave again. At this moment, looking at the cave that was less than a person's height, they couldn't help but feel some regret. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have wasted so much time. Everyone walked in one by one, and then signaled Zichen to hurry up. Shwa! 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 The broken blade in his hand flashed, and after killing 3 moon wolves, Zichen also dodged and entered the cave. As for the remaining gaps, the 4 of them directly used the violent bear's corpse to block them. After killing 4 moon wolves, Zichen entered the cave. This was the first time he had encountered moon wolves, so he had a certain understanding of them. They were very fast, their combat strength was unknown, and their defense was relatively weak. Just as Xiao Jin said, they were easy to kill. However, there were too many of them, and they were all fearless. Zichen, who had never been afraid of being surrounded, felt his scalp go numb when he sensed the moon wolves outside the cave. In this place, there was no endless energy for him to use, and no strong physical defense. Facing these moon wolves, he was somewhat helpless. Before everyone could relax, they heard a low roar and biting sound. Then they saw the violent bear's corpse swaying, and it was quickly pulled out by the moon wolves. The cave entrance appeared again. After appearing, the moon wolves madly rushed towards the cave entrance. Pooh! Xiao Qi guarded the small cave entrance, and with a slash of his sword, he pierced through the head of a moon wolf. Beside him, Xiao Jin also killed another moon wolf. This cave entrance could only allow 2 moon wolves to pass through. Just as the 2 moon wolves died, the other moon wolves pulled out the 2 moon wolves' corpses, and then 2 more moon wolves rushed forward. Pooh! Pooh! With 2 simple slashes, he didn't need to use much strength, and the 2 moon wolves died. Haha, according to this method, even if there are more moon wolves, it won't be enough for us to kill. Seeing this scene, Tang Pu couldn't help but laugh. However, he did notice that behind him, Zi Chen's expression had become very serious. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.